School of Biblical History and Practical Knowledge. Y'all know where we at. 231 FM 1092, Safford, Texas 77477. Our new school location. Still beautifying it. You know, if y'all want to come in and check out the new school, if you're in the Houston surrounding areas, please come by and check us out. Class names have not deviated. Virginia, they got class at 2016 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. The class days are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9. All right. Rochester, the new school building. If you're out, you're close in New York, Rochester area, upstate New York, check them out. That 1600 Lyle Ave, Suite 1A, and that's Rochester, New York, 14606. The class days are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9. San Antonio, they got class going on. They're in the same location, 4444 Walsham Road. That information should be right there on the screen. Their class days are the same as ours, but they start a little later and end a little later. The Blog Talk is popping. If you haven't been checking out Blog Talk, it stays lit. You know, Tasha Poppy on there dropping it, Bonabad, Mashaba. You know, check them out, Blog Talk Radio. So that's blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. If you haven't, like, share, subscribe to our YouTube channels. If you subscribe to this one, you'll see all of our other YouTube channels connected to this one. So that's dope. You don't have to go try to search for them, but they're all there. We have kids class on Sundays at 1 p.m. Get the kids involved, introduced to the scriptures, familiar with the scriptures early. The upcoming feast, we have the Feast of Purim that will be celebrating March 14th and 15th. All right, so that's a Monday and a Tuesday. We won't be having class those days. We are not ducking nobody. We are just celebrating the holy day. All right, and then we have Passover coming up, which will be April 17th on the Sunday. That's when we're going to be celebrating the Passover. If you have anything that you want to contribute to help the venue, you know, please send that in. You know, if you got it, drop it. If you don't use that as an excuse not to show up to the Passover. All right. Everywhere they're still accepting orders. You know, you can put your order in, but they're working on Passover garments, so they probably won't be doing it like ASAP. But as soon as the Passover events are over, they'll get right onto your garments. So you can still put in your orders. All right, we got Hebrew Academy in Rochester and in Virginia every Monday, and every Tuesday here in Houston. If you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia 757-300-4047, or you can reach Priest Quatazat at 303-557-8979. Please text only during class, and when you hit up the priest, be respectful. All right, we have a business that we'd like to ask you to support, check out, only if you like smelling good. If you don't like smelling good, then I understand where you're coming from. But check out Sweet Ambiance. Keep you smelling good all the time, not just some of the time. You know, you got your bath bombs, your soaps, your oil that you can put on your body, Rome therapeutic oil, keep your house smelling good. You know, put in your diffuser, keep your car smelling good, keep your room smelling good. You know, very elegant, exquisite fragrances, unique fragrances, custom-made fragrances. So check us out. All right, if you want to drop any donation, you can drop that into the Wells Fargo account. That info is there on the screen, or you can Cash App or Zelle. If you want to send any books, papers, pen, apocryphas, Bibles, dictums.
Alrighty. Shalom, everybody. Shabbat Shalom. Let's go ahead and start these morning prayers. Everybody, I'm not going to put out the Rosh Shalom. Let's rise and face Jerusalem.
And then face some Mecca.
God. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Kolanawa.
Kolanawa.
Mawar. Sayawam.
Sayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, the name of Yahweh that gives us the light to see. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, understanding, going up to the Most High. Matthew 6.
Hold on. The light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we get from the Most High.
Right. Forgive me. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, understanding we obtain from the scriptures. Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your glorious works in heaven and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Kolanawa.
Kolanawa.
Rayat.
Rayat.
Na'athikah. The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen. That's blessed you, Yahweh, the name of Yahweh that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you. So be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our sweet savor. Our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Let the scriptures say that our prayers set before thee as incense.
Wow. Okay. Okay. I'll come back later.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Kolanawa.
Kolanawa.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Shalom.
Shalom. The water.
Aman.
Aman.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
This is Psalm chapter 121. Anashah.
Anashah.
Ayyam Yad.
Ayyam Yad.
Al-Haharim.
Al-Haharim.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Yahu'ah.
Yahu'ah.
Exaria.
Exaria. Exaria.
Yahu'ah.
Yahu'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'isha.
Sha'isha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yonathan.
Yonathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Shashalamar.
Shashalamar.
Yasher Allah.
Yasher Allah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
Yibyan Yad.
Yibyan Yad.
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 Hashemash.
Hashemash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Akaya.
Akaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Kalabanah.
Kalabanah.
Walayala.
Walayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemaria.
Yashemaria.
Makol.
Makol.
Rai.
Rai.
Yashemar.
Yashemar.
Napashia.
Napashia.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashemar.
Yashemar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Mawa'aya.
Mawa'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'ai.
Ma'ai.
Aiwalam.
Aiwalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Water.
Tamiyah.
Tamiyah.
Aman.
Aman.
Ha'aishara.
Ha'aishara.
Oh, Slakia. Shema Yasher Allah.
Shema Yasher.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yasher Allah.
Shema Yasher.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad. Shema Yasher Allah. Yahweh Allah Hayanawa. Yahweh Achad.
Let's hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Shabbat Shemayim.
Kodash.
Kodash.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shemka.
Shemka.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Malakotka.
Malakotka.
Taba'ah.
Taba'ah.
Ratazaka.
Ratazaka. Hayah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Ma'aratazah.
Ma'aratazah.
Kawa.
Kawa.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Bashamayim.
Bashamayim.
Nagalanawa.
Nagalanawa.
Lacham.
Lacham.
Kol.
Kol.
Yawam.
Yawam.
Masalachnawa.
Masalachnawa.
Kababatnawa.
Kababatnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kababat Yinawa.
Kababat Yinawa.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Tabi'anawa.
Tabi'anawa.
Wanasaya 1.
Wanasaya 1.
Abo.
Abo.
Hawashinawa.
Hawashinawa.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Rai.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Amalakwa.
Amalakwa.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ala.
Wa'ataparat.
Wa'ataparat.
Aiwalanim.
Aiwalanim.
What?
Amen. This is Matthew 6:9. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, that is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thou shalt have no other powers before me. Thou shalt not take the Yahweh's name in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabiam, which means to be seated.
It's about to be 3 of us. When they salute, he's about to salute. He's about to get down.
Switch.
No. No. I guess when we switch to Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let's get the first reader up. Let's go ahead and get the first reader up.
You want me? Got it. I got this.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Sharala.
Michael, Shabbat Tashah, Yehuda, Banya Sha'ala. And of Israel, Amen. Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatah.
Alrighty. Ashar Shabbat. Happy Shabbat to everybody. We're going to be picking up the reading at Exodus chapter 35, verse 1. Some great, some fantastic, some ecstatic events has happened since we had our last Sabbath class, right?
God.
Y'all don't know, some airports got blown up. Well, one airport got blown up, but you know, the war. Russia invaded Ukraine, so that time is short, brothers and sisters. Time is short, so please make sure that y'all are, you know.
Book of Exodus chapter 35 and verse 1. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, and said unto them, These are the words which the Lord hath commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
You see that? We always talk about this because a lot of brothers and sisters will say you can't cook on the Sabbath, right? But it says you shall kill. Read verse 3 again.
Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
See that? Throughout your habitations. Throughout your habitations. So remember, on the Sabbath day, the priests were still sacrificing. Remember, the Sabbath day was a feast. So we weren't like eating sandwiches on a feast. You know, it was a feast. You were eating your lambs, you were eating the things that your cattle. But the whole point of the Sabbath was for us to come together on the Sabbath and not be separate. You know, one thing, it was me and him that was on the truck the other day, and we was riding through Esauville, where they had a whole bunch of land and a whole bunch of cattle. And, you know, in riding through there, you know, I was saying to him, I was like, this is why the Most High commanded for us to gather together on the Sabbath, because you'll be driving and these cats got acres of land. Acres and acres and acres of land. They can be shooting their guns and you wouldn't hear. You'd be in your house and wouldn't hear, because they have acres of land, whole bunch of cattle on their land. Their house is somewhere ducked off that you can't see it. And their neighbor, they never see their neighbors. You see what I'm saying? That's how we were living, especially in these times. Think about it, man. When Abraham and Lot, when they were sojourning, it was like, you go over there, I'll go over here, because the land is not big enough for all of us. How does that, can y'all even fathom that? How is a land not big enough for all of us and for our cattle? For me and you, our servants, and all of our cattle, this land isn't big enough for all of us. What? I can't even fathom it. But that's how much that they had. So when you look at us in these times, you look at the sacrifice that we had to bring the daily sacrifices. We had a lot of cattle. We had a lot of land. You know what I'm saying?
Con.
So we wouldn't see each other. So the Most High would have us on the Sabbath come together. We get to see each other. We get to mingle. We get to get away from our day-to-day operations. You see what I'm saying?
Con.
And there was a guy that we delivered to, and he gave us some free meat. He's a good Edomite. He gave us some free meat, but he owned cattle, right?
Oh, wow.
And I asked him, I was like, what is the process of having cattle? Is it easy? You just have your land and, you know, because he had cows. Is it easy? You just have your land and the cows just eat the grass and, you know, because when you really think about it, it sounds like it's easy. The cows eat the grass, you bring them some water, right? And that's it. Well, there's a whole process that goes into it. I asked him if it's easy. He was like, no, it's not easy. So when you look at whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. On the Sabbath, you will be doing your work instead of coming together with everybody else. You'll be worried about your cattle so that you can have a break. Because what is the Israelite man and woman's problem?
Working all the time.
Working all the time.
But why? But why? Why are we always working? Come on. Why are we always working? What?
In the truth.
No, why we always have to work 18 jobs? Huh? To
keep up with the American dream.
Somebody give her a hand clap.
Spoken word.
Because covetous Negroes want to keep up with this false American dream that is slowly circling. You know, like when you circle the drain? America is circling the drain, and cats want to keep up with the false American dream.
Wow.
You don't have to give yourself over to, I'm going to sound like a repetitive parrot, broken record. You don't have to be in that mind state, right? You don't have to be in that mind state, but when you're chasing the wrong dream and the wrong aspirations, it's going to keep you locked in. It's going to keep you locked into that mind state. Now, we got to work. Right? Scripture say you don't work, you don't eat. But you got some that have the mentality of overabundance. Right. My bank account got to be, you know what I'm saying? If it ain't got like an extra 2 zeros in that savings, I'm nervous.
Or extra 3 zeros.
Or extra 3 zeros. If I don't got a base amount, then I'm nervous. What's that?
That is always correct. I need some correction on this.
Read. Right? What's
It has
up?
always bothered me because
What's bothered you?
I'm not being able to work.
Okay.
You know, that hindered me. So when I see the scripture that says no work, no eat, I start wondering, wow, I can't work. Does that mean I can't eat? I mean, I always wonder that. So correct me if I'm
Well, this is the thing. Obviously, you got a different circumstance, right? You're older in age. You got physical, right? Physical things that hold you back from doing that. So, I mean, Most High still taking care of you, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So, I brought out the don't work, don't eat, because you have a flip side to the mentality of overworking, where I'm not going to do nothing at all. You got Israelites that wanted to sit back and not do nothing, right? So there's an extreme on both ends. I want 18 jobs. I want to have all the money, right? And then I don't want to have no job, but I still want the money. How do we get to that in between where we're not sacrificing ourselves for this society and neglecting one another? You see that? That's what it's about. How do I get to that middle ground? Well, some don't believe there's a middle ground, but there is a middle ground. The middle ground is what Paul said: being able to abase and being able to abound, right? Going through the approving yourselves as ministers, and there being necessities and wants and the straight up needs and not having them, right? Because anybody here can just say, you know what, I can make this amount of money. Forget what we're doing up here. I can go make an amount of money and live comfortable, right? Anybody here can do that. I can go do that. He can go do that. He can go do that, right? Go getting a job in this society. When you got this, going out there to get a job is when you do the things that we do, right? Like all the different things from video production to whatever. We're like on every end of the spectrum, many hats. You go out there and get a job easy that's paying way more than what we getting now, right?
And get promoted easily.
Yeah, get promoted easily, ride the system. Like it's easy when you got the keys to all the doors. You can walk into anywhere, you just start unlocking doors and they're looking at you like, who the hell are you? Right? That's easy. It's easy to go take advantage of this system. Right? And the killer is knowing that you can go do it and knowing that you can go live abundant in this world, in this kingdom. But again, why? Why would I need to go live abundantly in this kingdom when it's about to fall?
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? Why do I need to even be comfortable in this kingdom? I like the mind of not being comfortable. Keep you on your toes.
Oh, man.
I like to stay on my toes.
Exactly.
Right? Because as soon as you get comfy, what does the Most High do? He makes you uncomfortable.
Come on, man.
So if you're not ready,
Sure.
right? If you're always looking for the next comfort and you're not ready to be abased, then guess what's gonna happen? When it does hit, that's when you start to falter back out of the spirit and now rely more on your ability.
Right.
Your ability to produce for yourself, right? And you take the Most High out the equation. So, yeah, you know, we gotta work, but we still have to make the provisions for the Most High. Y'all see that? And, you know, again, in your situation, it's different. You're an elder man. You shouldn't be working right now anyway. Right? You above 50?
I'm 61.
You shouldn't be working anyway. See, that's America. They have you working until you're 99.
Come on.
Right? You're supposed to be retired at what? Retirement used to be what?
Yeah, 50, 65.
It used to be 65?
No, actually, you should be 57.
See? You see my point?
Yeah, well, yeah.
They keep upping the ante. Why? Because they want you to keep funneling your resources, which is your body, your mind, into society. They're running out of workers. Right? And the longer they can keep you and just work you to death. Come on, think about it. 70, my dad is about to be 70. He's killing himself. My mom is like 65. She's close to 70. Killing herself. Right? And I'm like, when are y'all gonna realize that you guys been working and killing yourselves for the last 60 years, right? 40 years killing themselves and still ain't made no headway. Still ain't doing nothing different than 10 years ago. Still killing yourself to pay some measly rent. Some $1,200 rent. You killing yourself on the back burner. It's designed to keep you working, pouring in yourself. Right? But once you realize that and you see like, oh, okay, this is what it's about. Now I can give my mind to the Most High, and He can make all the other things happen. Y'all see this?
Yeah. That's why, that's why I tell brothers, whenever they need me, call me. I got no problem with that. They not, I don't have nothing to do the next day. That's I got an appointment or something I have to go to, but most of the time I don't. That's why I tell brothers always, hey, if I need my help, call me. I don't mind helping. In fact, it makes me feel great when I help somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I just have this little tingly feeling that comes over my brain when I help somebody. A good tingly feeling,
Good.
Because I made somebody happy.
Yeah, and you did the
And I
thing.
was like that before I got the truth. I was.
Well, you know what it is? You're doing the thing that the Most High designed for us to do on a weekly basis. We're going back to the point, the Sabbath, right? That was for us to, He said it perfectly. You had your land, you had your cattle, that's what you worried about. Your house, your finances, your resources, your betterment. 6 days you worried about that. You was all about you. You didn't see nobody else, because what are you doing? What were you doing at this time? Well, you're tending sheep, you're tending cattle, you're making sure your servants are on it. You might just be sitting back in the house, enjoying your free time, enjoying your wife. Ain't no war, ain't no this, ain't no that, right?
Man.
All you have to do is serve the Most High, get to the temple 3 times a year, get your weekly sacrifice, your death. That's all you have to do. Worry about you. Your sacrifice, your sins, right? You, 6 days. Most High said, give me. Better yet, give each other 1 day. Give each other 1 day of each other's time. Right? Now, what's the problem with that? Well, men misunderstanding the wisdom in the word said, well, okay, if it's about the Sabbath, then that's the only time y'all gonna see me. So here's the reverse of that, where, okay, now you're just a Sabbath guy or a Sabbath woman, and that doesn't help either. Especially if we're trying to rebuild, it got to be more than just 1 day. That's why we set up, what we set up as far as some form of businesses to try to get brothers around each other more often than not. It's not about the money. If it was about the money, guess what? We'd all be having jobs. If it was about the money, bruh, the amount of money that we don't make, right? We can go get jobs paying way more than what we making, right? But are we like, you come in here with holes in my clothes? I'm actually gaining weight, right? Rob is nice and thick and sturdy. Shaddad, right? Shaddad look like he ain't missed a meal, right? Michael got to get his weight up. He just naturally skinny, but he eats. Trust me, Michael eats, right? But you don't see us coming through here, teeth falling out of our mouth, looking crazy, right? I might have not shaved in a little while, but that's by design. I don't care, right? The point is the Most High is taking care of us, right? Just for the little sacrifice of giving up the monetary gain, the Most High has given us at least enough brotherhood and unity for us to sustain each other. If I need something, he got it. If I need something, if he needs something, I got it. That's just how it works.
That's how I feel.
That's just how it works. Like, it's not if I have it, you got it. It's if he needs something, I got it.
Right.
Most High will make sure I got it. Make sure that we each have it. And what are we constantly doing with each other? Well, constantly proving each other's brotherhood, loyalty, right? Commitment to the Most High, to the Word. That look not on your own things, but look at the things of others.
Yes.
Right? He's constantly reassuring us in those scriptures that those things work. Right? He's constantly putting that in our face.
Right.
That thing is in our face like daily. Because at any moment, something can happen where it's like, hey, I need to move in with you. Anything can happen, right? And it's happened where, and it's not because of brothers ain't got no money to pay. Like Yashakar, he had to move in with this brother for a time. Why? Because his lease was up and he wasn't able to find something suitable for his needs in the time. You know how they do you. You got to give a 30-day notice.
Yes.
And you got to pray that you got something lined up within that 30 days or 60 days. He just didn't have nothing lined up. So you have to move in with him. Right? And what did he say? Well, Nah, I ain't got space. No, he made space. He made room, right? And he didn't time frame like, oh, you got to be out in 3 weeks and rent. And he didn't do all that.
You know what's funny is, I actually just went to rent. Didn't even ask.
Oh, see, he didn't even ask.
Yeah, I just,
Just told him to move in.
Well, obviously you gonna need a spot. I have a room or two available. No, I have. Every time I have one. I'm like, yeah, I got a room available.
Yeah.
I want garage space for your stuff. So.
And Yashikar didn't trip. He didn't go crazy like, oh, I'm a grown ass man. I need to be in my own spot. He was like, you know what? This is what the Most High got going on. Until Yashikar was able to find something suitable
Right.
for himself, not to put his business out or his business, but just to show everybody how things work within these confines, right? It doesn't work like that as easy outside of the spirit. People ain't just willing to throw you up in their house for free.
Exactly. Look, I stand on the rooftop. I know I don't belong up there and speak that I know that y'all are y'all are working for one another and there for one another. But there ain't one time I can call and need help for y'all couldn't help me. So I'm the first that could stand up in defense when it comes to that.
And you know, it's a let's help each other thing. You might have, like, you got the ability to legally break into cars, right? Because brothers be locking their keys in cars like left and right. What do? We hit you up. I think he needed his car towed the other day. Did you get it towed?
Mm-hmm.
See? Things like that where brothers ain't got tow truck money. Right? We ain't got money to keep calling a locksmith, but the brother has the ability to get you unlocked get your keys out your car when you lock them. That's a good thing to have on deck, right? That's what he actually can provide as a help, right? That's the way he can help. It's needed, but everybody has the ability to figure out what can I watch. It's crazy because when we keep going, this is what the reading is going to go into.
Wow.
It's going to go into the building of the temple, the actual constructing it from the ground up, from each individual.
Oh.
Right?
Well, can I get a scripture real quick?
Get it.
On that?
Get it.
Go to Romans chapter 12, verse 2. Romans chapter 12, verse 2. And I'm gonna just quote this one real quick. It's Matthew 23 and 23, right? Mm-hmm. It says, "Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithes of mint and anise and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of the law," right?
Ooh.
So when you look at the weightier matters of the law, it goes into what the weightier matters is. Now, when you look, there's another scripture in Matthew where he says, "Except your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the Pharisees, you're not getting into heaven." Well, this right here shows you how your righteousness gets to exceed the righteousness of the Pharisees, which is by you actually caring about the weightier matters of the law. So it says judgments. How as Israelites would we learn proper judgment? Yeah, Jana?
I'm sorry, give me that scripture again, Matthew, what, the one you just quoted?
23.
It's 23.
Okay, thank you.
It says judgment is the first one. Judgment, proper decision making, right? How do we learn proper decision making? Through the scriptures, but what else? How do you learn proper decision making? Making the wrong decisions, but how do you get to make the right decision without making the wrong decision?
Counsel.
What is it?
Counsel.
Counsel. So how, as Israelites, do we sharpen our judgment? Because you can sit here and read the Bible all day. Right? A lot of cats online sit there and read the Bible all day and have a lot of knowledge on the Bible, and
They have knowledge.
but they don't know how to deal. Right? Their judgment is off. Their decision making is off. The way they treat people is off.
What do they lack? There's something that they're lacking. They got all the scriptures, but what do they lack?
They're lacking experience.
Okay, where does the experience come? You're right. Where does it come from?
Unity?
The unity, the interpersonal relationships, right?
Yep.
The sitting and rubbing elbows with a cat and offending him, right? Being offended, but then having to apply Matthews. When your brother offend you, go to him. long-suffering, forbearing, right? It's easy to read, well, endeavoring to keep the unity, forbearing, but have you ever forbeared? Have you ever endeavored to unify or do something outside of yourself?
Like, give y'all an example. So we know we're about to, we see the war is going on, so we know that eventually, we know that the time is short, like the scripture says. So we know that we're going to end up being back in the wilderness at some point, according to prophecy. If y'all are paying attention to what we be reading, what we are reading during the Sabbath classes, you can see how our people were moving while they were in the wilderness when they were getting killed. So what is our job now as far as the unity aspect and us being together? We come together, like he was saying, we work together and we do different things together. Why? Because by us being together, there's situations that's going to arise. So when the situation arises, what's going to be your choice? What's going to be your judgment in your mind? You see what I'm saying? How are you going to deal with it? Is it going to be hatred, envy that's going to arise? Or are you going to choose the side of long suffering? Are you going to choose the side of let me take low? You see what I'm saying? All these things is going to happen, but what side are you going to choose? What's going to be your judgment call? Like, say I offended him, right? And I'm pretty sure I have, because we work together. You see what I'm saying? A lot. So say I offended him, how is his judgment going to be if I offended him? His judgment, decision making, your choices. So what is he going to do? He's going to choose life or death, water or fire. What is he going to do? Is he going to apply the scriptures, come to his brother and say, hey, look, you offended me? And then when he does that, what is my judgment going to be when he does that, if he does that? Right. Am I going to apply the scriptures and allow him to come, or am I going to be like, man, whatever, I'm going to work with you ever again? I'm going to hold a grudge, not going to have no mercy, not going to care about you, say we're cool, but we're not cool. What's going to be the judgment call? I'm bringing these up because this is what our people do out in the world. Like, once an offense happens, that's it. It's like, you see it a lot with Israelite women too, man. That'll be your best friend since she was a child. Y'all were children. Y'all were best friends coming up. And she offended you as y'all got older. And it's like, none of that matters. The whole 7, 10, 15, 20 years of y'all being friends don't matter because of a small, petty offense. That happens with Israelite women a lot. And then the grudge gets hold, right? Mm-hmm. But is that going to happen in the wilderness?
Speak on it.
That's the type of stuff that's going to get purged out, kicked out. So when you see the Most High having us come together, it's everything is done for our benefit. Like, we ain't coming together for us to smell each other's breath or for us to eat. We can all eat at home. Like the scripture says, what it's about is it's about us rubbing off and smoothing ourselves out. Because the scripture says the righteous is scarcely going to make it. So how you going to make it if you don't know how to deal? What you gonna do? We sit here and read on the Sabbath about the mistakes that they made, and we're always like, oh, that ain't gonna be me. How the hell they do that? You sure? Are you sure you're not gonna do that? What are you doing to make sure you don't do that? Because think about all the times when you made detrimental sins or detrimental moves. When you look back at it now in your past, you're like, damn, why the hell did I do that? What the hell was I thinking? Am I right or am I wrong? You're like, damn, what the hell was I thinking?
Exactly.
What happened?
Right.
And guess what? That's what was going on with them too when they were in the wilderness. The only difference is there was no what the hell was I thinking. They were just dead. And that's what's going to happen during these times when he purges out the rebels. Where it's like, you saw COVID-19. You saw everything get locked down. You saw these Ukrainians getting killed and these Russians going to war now. You're seeing it happen, and you're going to see it happen more. You're going to see more things happen. So then you're going to go in the wilderness, and what's going to happen from there? You're seeing what's happening. So one of the first weightier matters is judgment. The other one is mercy. How you going? It takes, somebody has to do something to you for you to have mercy on them. So if you're not around people, how you going to exercise having mercy? Especially us Israelites coming from a place where we're taught to not have mercy. We're taught to not have mercy on anybody or anything, especially our own brothers and sisters. So how you going to have mercy? You see what I'm saying? Then the other one is faith. How you going to have faith? unless you're put in predicaments for you to have faith. And this is where I wanted to get to. You know, with us like having our own businesses and stuff like that, like the main thing it taught me was faith. It's dope, and I don't like I'll give a story real quick. I'm a little short on funds. Me and Ivan, we stopped to get gas, right? And I was gonna put some change, you know, some dollars in the car. And I was like, oh man, this gas is letting me go over my debit card limit. I'm gonna overdraft, but I'm not tripping on that. I just need some gas. You know what I look at that as? I look at that as mercy. I look at that as mercy from the Most High, and I look at that as faith. The Most High always delivers. You see what I'm saying? And then she's like, well, your car's gonna get overdrafted. I was like, yeah, but it's okay. I'm gonna deal with that whenever. Something's gonna happen. But you know why I can say that? It's not because I'm negligent or irresponsible. It's because the Most High showed me that He's there. I don't have to worry about food. You know why? The Most High delivers food. What happened when we went to last time me and him worked? I was saying it earlier. The cattle guy gave him
2 pounds of grass-fed beef.
That got to be more than 2 pounds. Like each roll is like 2 to him, 2 to me. I'm like, damn, okay. Little things like that, but I look at it, I'm like, okay, I get to see the Most High giving. You see what I'm saying? But how are you supposed to get your faith work on if you're not putting predicaments for you to have faith? You see what I'm saying? It's not going to be worked on. So you will be the one in the wilderness seeing America get destroyed, sitting there thirsty as hell after 2 days, or maybe even a day, and then you're like, what the we gonna drink? What are we gonna drink? Losing your mind.
You're just like the ones in the wilderness coming out of Egypt. You brought us here to starve. You brought us here to be thirsty. You start ridiculing the Most High, and then He gets you out of there. He gets you out of that predicament quick. He just kill you.
Done. It's like, all right, bye. Remember the water that you drink. Remember the water that you drink here in America. It's trash. It's polluted. The water you shower in is the same water you pooped in.
It's true.
That gets recycled, and now it's all over your face when you're taking a shower.
Oh,
And in your faucet, that's the same water that you wash your dishes with. But you're gonna have brothers and sisters that's gonna be in the wilderness like, I want to go back to that water. You see what I'm saying? The food that you eat, you know the food that you eat is bad. Has given us all kinds of health problems. It's genetically modified, right? Mess us up. But when we're in the wilderness, guaranteed, there's going to be a point where somebody's going to get hungry after 12 hours, and they're going to be like, what are we going to eat? What are we going to eat? Right? So I'm just bringing these things up. Why? Because, like you said, we're going to read about building back the temple. But, building the temple, but you can't build the temple unless your spiritual temple is built first. Nothing defiled goes into the temple, remember? Nothing superfluous, is that the word? Nothing like that goes into the temple. So if your spirit is defiled, how you what's gonna happen? We ain't gonna rebuild no temple. And as y'all can see, now is the time to rebuild the temple. Y'all gotta, I'm gonna say this too and I'm done. Y'all gotta wake up and see and get out of the comfortable mindset here in America, because there's people that's really suffering. There's people that don't have the amenities that y'all have. I watched the thing. He's always talking about Siberia is the coldest place. And I watched the lady talking about how she lives in Siberia, where she showers once a week. Y'all wonder why Edomites barely shower? Because they're used to not showering. Because it's cold as hell where they're at, on top of them being filthy and dirty. But they could only shower once a week. They didn't have running water. All their pipes freeze over there. But you have running water to wash your dishes. They got to prepare their shower 5 hours ahead. And they're just sitting in the steaming room, just sweating. That's how they shower. When you get running water, you see what I'm saying? They got to go to the river and dig up a block of ice and melt it so they could drink and wash their and wash their dishes with and cook with. Well, you could just turn on the pipe. So for a lot of us, we're so comfortable here that it's too easy. You see what I'm saying? And that's why you don't see certain things, or that's why you don't give as much as you should give, because you don't see that the world is ending. You think those people in Ukraine is comfortable right now?
Oh, no.
Not when a bomb is dropping in your room when you're sleeping. They're not bombing military installations like they promised. They bombing people's apartments. Civilians are being killed. They living in train stations.
Yeah.
They're trying to leave and they can't. The men, think about this. Imagine.
That's what they said. They actually said 18.
Or 18, whatever it is.
From 18 to 60, you can't leave.
You can't leave Ukraine if you're a man. So now you got to separate from your. They're going to Poland, they're going to Germany, they're going to Hungary, right? And you'll never know what happens after they get where they go, what type of situation your kids and women going to be in. The women and children ain't going to know what type of situation the men is going to be in. Are they going to make it? Imagine living in that. And this is not the first, like, come on, they've been going through civil war and war out there since the 90s. Putin been on it since the 90s with Ukraine. So think about every 10 years you go through this, right? And all we worried about is how we can upgrade our car, right? The new shoes,
New phone.
how to keep our bank account thick, the new phone, right? Like our worries are, man, it's crazy. We're not worried. Like, listen, I listen to I listen to the Ukrainian president, the ex-president talk. And the lady was like, listen, you sound like you're ready to die for this. And he was like, listen. He said, I ain't ready to die, but I'm above the fear. I'm above the fear of what's going to happen. And all my people are above the fear. The problem with us is that we fear. You fear not having. You fear losing. You fear being without. We have to get above the fears of not having things, or having things taken away from us, or being purged, or being brought to a lower estate, right? But why have that fear? If the Most High, if you really believe, if you really believe in Yah, right, in Jah, if you really believe, then what fear is there, right? The Muslims will go strap on a bomb and blow themselves up in the belief of Allah, right? The Christians will go to war and be hypocritical in the belief of their Christianity, right? The Buddhists, they'll stab themselves with knives and live in a temple and seclude themselves for years in the belief of Buddha. What are we doing? That don't show your belief. It shows you can argue good.
Man, it does.
It shows you're a good debater, but that doesn't show that you really believe. See, when we get into it, what's going to show the belief? Well, the belief is taking it back, that if I gather with my people and sacrifice myself for a day, the Most High ain't going to let me fall for that day. It's a day. You mean 24 hours? We couldn't give ourselves up for 24 hours?
Man.
We couldn't just put ourselves on the back burner? Because if he puts himself on the back burner for me, but I put myself on the back burner for him, then we're both on the back burner together, so we're still equal. But if he puts himself before me, and I'm trying to put myself before him, and if everybody's in that mind, then what is it? Well, nobody's really getting no equality. There's nobody getting ahead. But if we both take a step back, if all of us three take a step back, then we all gonna be given to each other. Y'all see that? That should be the mentality. That's why the Most High, that's one of the reasons why the Most High gave us the Sabbath, was he's seen, okay, they ain't got no unity. They don't know each other. Know those that labor amongst you. They don't know each other. They're not going to seek each other out unless I institute this day. What we have? What we have? I mean, what we have?
We wouldn't, because we don't do it now.
Thank you. And we wouldn't have did it. We didn't do it in Egypt. In Egypt, we were programmed to work. What's that?
I'm still in line with the lesson when I say this, if you don't mind. I'd like to share. I had a dream this week, and it was me out with my sisters and among them that make fun of where I am today. And it scared me so bad, it woke me up, and I couldn't go back to sleep. Well, what I usually do when that happens, I go back to the scripture. And I was just sharing with Brother Samuel how today how grateful I am to know that the Sabbath is a Saturday, and that I began worshiping Friday evening on through. And it let me know that, God, I don't ever want to go back there, because it scared me. I mean, it woke me up and I couldn't go back to sleep. So if this is still in part on what you guys are saying, with the sisters,
Yeah.
and
The sisters that they only attended Sabbath, and then they seen like, oh, okay, well, I could, how do I give more? How do I do more? It's more than just the Sabbath, right? Your life is not just on the Sabbath; it's daily, right? And then you start to say, oh, okay, well, we got class on Monday. Let me be there. We got class Wednesday. The sisters got garments. The brothers got this. The brothers got that. So you start to commit on different levels. As you get familiar and keep giving yourself to one aspect, and the other things you'll see it's a complete thing, more than just one day.
Yeah.
You see that? That's why the Most High did a lot of the things that he did, like the offerings, right? He set those up not for you to just give stuff, right? When we go through a lot of the wave offering and the heave offering and the priest offering and this offering, it was literally when you brought your offering to go sit down with those priests. Because what did they need? What did the priests need?
They needed to eat.
Forget that. Forget about the carnal need. They needed to. Go ahead.
They needed to be around the people, because remember, it did say that the priest was taken from amongst the people. So
Right.
they could have compassion. So you sat there and you ate with them so they could see what was going on.
Thank
You know
you.
what I'm saying? They got there to talk with you.
Thank you.
And it's like we always say it here in the school, like, yeah, there's a spirit going around. This is happening in more than one households. So brothers and sisters sitting around the priest back then, they could be able to say, the priest would be able to say, hey, this is what's going on, because this is what's happening to all of you. Y'all don't see each other. Y'all are all tending to y'all's own business and dealing with what y'all dealing with, but y'all are all dealing with the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Or half of y'all are dealing with the same thing. So it's a lot of different things that happen. They get to sit and talk to people that's not doing what they're doing. You see what I'm saying? But then they actually they get that aspect too. But then
Stood in the way, sacrificing daily. So they got to sit back and see what they were doing it for, right? This man might have came and he committed some offense, and here's his offering. He got to come back and sit with the priest and talk and rap and show the priest, like, look, I changed, right? That your daily ministering wasn't for nothing. Y'all see that? It was the Most High, again, using each other, iron sharpeneth iron, right? Using each other to reflect on each other, right?
Yeah.
You sat with the priest so the priest could really see, okay, this is what's really affecting the people, right? So they're not all bad, but they're not all good either. They're not all wicked, but they're not all angels, right? Some people just make mistakes. Like, they were able to put them, like he said, in that compassionate mind. Keep the priests humble. You see that? But the people were able to see how the priest was living, that they had a job and a duty. So, you know what? Let us do what the Most High said we're supposed to do and help them out. Provide things for the temple for them. So again, it was let's work hand in hand. But the Most High, but think about it, the Most High had to force that out of us. That's the trash part about it. He had to force you into doing that. He had to guilt you. He had to guilt us into looking out for each other. Because let's be real. In that time, was nobody going to go look for them priests? Was nobody going to go spend time with them priests? Was nobody going to bring nothing for them priests? Let's be real. They weren't. Israel was greedy, selfish, about themselves. Was nobody going to take time out of their day to go see their neighbor? Right? Because I'm busy. I got to work. I got to provide. I got 18 million kids. I got 30,000 sheep. I can't lose one. Right? You care more about sheep than the next man. So the Most High was like, screw your sheep. Basically, like, forget them sheep. They supposed to be asleep anyway. Put them in the barn, tie them up, right? Your cattle, tie them up, let them sit back somewhere, and you go deal with your brethren, your brothers, not the sheep. Y'all see that? The sheep was supposed to show you how to be responsible and how to tend to things and take the oversight. That was a representation of how you were supposed to deal in your house and with the temple and with the weightier matters. But then we got it all twisted. It was like, oh, it's about my sheep. It's about my turtle doves. It's about my oxen. That's why Christ was killing the Pharisees, man. Which one of you, if your ox fall in the ditch, ain't going to take hold of it on the Sabbath? He was showing them how hypocritical they were. That's all they cared about. Right? Well, we're kind of in the same predicament now. Which one of you, when they offer you overtime, they gonna take hold of it on the Sabbath? Ooh, hypocrites, right? Right? Right. So let's jump over here. Let's jump back. Let's jump back. So remember, he said, kindling a fire in your habitation. Now, there's some weird stuff happening on Facebook. You got people thinking that you got people insinuating that if you don't eat on the Sabbath, you're breaking some type of law.
Or
Because
eat
it
on
was
the
a
Sabbath.
feast day. If you don't eat on the Sabbath, you're breaking some type of law. And they're trying to basically insinuate that Yahweh Shai didn't. How can he fast 40 days? He missed the Sabbath. No, he didn't. Because nowhere does it say you have to eat on the Sabbath, even though it's a feast. Remember, the Day of Atonement is a feast, but it's a non-eating feast, right? So you didn't have to eat. You were commanded to eat the Passover lamb. That was the one feast where you had to eat Passover. You had to eat that lamb, that bitter herb. You had to, right? Why? To remember the struggles of Egypt. But the Sabbath, you didn't have to eat. You could fast. That was up by choice. As long as you gathered together and you wasn't cooking in your own home. The habitation, right? I looked it up. Habitation meant place of yes, it's place of abode. Habitation. Yeah, house, mansion. It was your own place, right? Place of abode or settled dwelling. A mansion, a house or other place in which man or any animal dwells. So we didn't abode in the temple. Okay, we didn't abode where that burnt offering and those sacrifices were happening. We had the temple, and then the way it was set up, the temple was in the middle. Bam, this is the temple. On every corner you had 3, 6, 9. Right, every corner you had 3 tribes. And then you had the Levites smack dab around the temple, right? Boom. Right? 3 tribes, Levites. But some Levites were with the tribes. We gotta look into that. I might be saying that wrong. But
Was this in the wilderness?
we're talking about in the wilderness.
Oh, wilderness. Remember, there were 2 tribes together every time, all around.
Right, on each north, east, south, west. But where were the Levites? They were at the temple.
They were in the middle.
They were in the middle. Right. They were in the middle temple grounds. And you had 2 tribes on each corner. Y'all see that? No, that doesn't make sense. 2, 4, 6. That'd be 8 tribes. 2, 4, 6, 8.
But at the time, you still had Dan. That's what it was. See?
Right. Okay.
Tabernacle, Judah, Issachar, Zebulon.
Right.
On one side, Gad, Simeon, Reuben on the lower side.
Uh-huh.
Benjamin, Manasseh, Ephraim. Dan, Asher, and Naphtali.
Right, and then Levi in the middle, because we had to protect the priests if there was some type of war. Y'all see that? So we surrounded that temple. I lost my little train of thought. Let me see. Right, Gershon. Right, the priests were in the middle. The tabernacle. You had the tabernacle, then you had the priests around the tabernacle, and then you had the tribes around the priests. Now, what was I getting at? Oh. The tabernacle was where all the sacrificing and all the gathering took place. In that little court. You didn't live there. The priest didn't even live there because you didn't live in the tabernacle. That was where we went to go do our sacrifice and worship. So when it says habitation, it's talking about your individual tent, your individual house. You weren't, the 3 tribes didn't say, you know what, we ain't going to gather today. We're going to do our own thing over here on the southwest side, right? Because that's what it was. It was south, north, east, southwest. 3 tribes in the north, 3 tribes in the south, 3 in the east, 3 in the west. The 3 western tribes didn't say, you know what, y'all do y'all thing, we're going to do our thing over here. You couldn't do that. You had to go meet up with the other tribes. The ones in the north couldn't say, well, I know y'all have got the Sabbath today, but we're going to do our own Sabbath. You couldn't do that. You had to gather with the people. That's what it was about. But it wasn't about the food and drink. Even though, yes, it was a feast, you didn't have to eat because it didn't say you had to eat. Y'all get that? So all these Facebook cats, or the one cat I seen, basically saying that, like, if you don't eat during the Sabbath, you off, or sinned or something. I'm like, where does it say that? This cats be adding to the Bible, man. It's crazy. It doesn't say that you had to eat on the Sabbath. It just, what you had to do was gather and come together. That was the main thing. Y'all see that? Right. So let's just jump back real quick.
The book of Exodus, chapter 35 and verse 4. And Moses spake unto, take ye from among you an
Remember what?
is of a willing heart.
Now, willing to contribute. It ain't hard, but think about it. What makes you willing? Huh? You said seeking? Oh, right. Looking into things. What else? Like, okay, I'll give y'all one. When y'all went to church and they pass around that collection plate 18 times, and you put money in there all 18 times, and you were happy to do it. Why? What made you willing to do that? Well, wasn't it the fact that you attended and you agreed with what was being said?
Yeah.
Didn't it resonate with you on some level? That, wait a minute, what's being said, I understand it, I agree with it, so let me help what's being said to continue. That was the way you continued what was being said. That was the way you continued the pastor to want to come up and get in his nice suit and spend his time to teach, right? Whatever he was going over. That you contributed to that because you agreed with the words. Because you actively looked around and said, oh, yeah, you know what? Pastor said we need a new door. So I see the door. It's broke. Okay, yeah, look, I'm going to give towards that door. Well, Pastor said we need a new church bus, right? We need the outreach van, right? We need to be able to travel, right? Well, we ain't got one, and the one we got's broke down. So, you know what? Let me give something towards that because I believe in that cause, right? Who gives towards something they don't believe in?
That's true.
Nobody. But how do you believe in something? How do you gain the belief in anything? How do you gain the belief? Come on, somebody give me a scripture. We went over this the other day. Somebody give me a scripture. It's in Acts.
How do you believe in something?
How do you gain the belief in something? It's in Acts. Somebody go to Acts 17 real quick. In verse 11. Acts 17 and 11.
17, verse 11.
Read.
These were more noble than those in Thessalonica,
Go ahead.
and that they received the word with all readiness of mind,
Go ahead.
and searched the scriptures
They
daily.
did what?
Search the scriptures daily.
Sometimes.
Daily.
Once a week, Sabbath.
Daily.
Only on class days.
Daily.
Only when they felt bad.
Daily.
Only when they felt good.
Daily.
Only when they was feeling depressed.
Daily.
Read.
Were those
Whether those things
things were so.
What things? What things were so? The things that they were being taught. The things that they were being shown. Read on.
Therefore, Many of them believed.
They believed. Why? Because they just felt like believing? No, because they searched. And they confirmed. They reaffirmed that the things were so. Through studying, through application. They were assured. Right. Go to Timothy's real quick. Yeah. What is it? 2 Timothy 3:16? Is that? Or is it 1 Timothy 3? Assured of? So there was a searching of the word daily. There was a constant meditation and application daily. No, not that one. It's I can never find Timothy's in this Bible. It's weird. It's so small. You never realize how small this book is until it's 3 and verse 2 Timothy's 3. It's 2 Timothy's 3 and 16.
2 Timothy 3, verse 16.
Is that what it is?
All scripture?
No, 14.
3, verse 14.
Right?
But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned.
Who's going to continue in? What is the purpose, or why would one continue in the things that they learned? How do you help that continuation? Well, I gotta search daily about the things that I've learned, right? I gotta search daily. I gotta embed myself in the things that I have learned. Go ahead.
And has been assured of.
How do I gain the assurance? How are we assured of the Bible and the Word working in our lives? Where do we get the assurance from? That's a question. Who got an answer? Says.
Is it by how you said, like, proving, you would prove the scriptures, you would prove your friend, and seeing how the world works and everything that's happening? Is that your assurance?
Yeah, the scriptures say prove a friend.
Right.
Most High say you're my friends if you do whatever I command you. Most High said for us to prove him.
Oh, taste and see.
Yeah. So you were supposed to be proving daily that if I implement these things in my life, if they work, hey, I should be assured that the word works. And if they don't work, then I might have to reevaluate why. Because you don't just give up on something when it doesn't work, right? What do? You reevaluate the issue and you come back with a different method or a different approach. But you don't just give up. Like, who just gave up on a relationship when things just started going bad within the first 5 minutes? You were like, you know what? I'm done here. No, you sat back. You said, okay, baby, we going down the rocky road. Let's talk. What's going on with you? How you feeling? This is where we, right? And you did that. And you did that multiple times. Who've been in a relationship more than 10 years? Right? We've been in relationships 10, a year, more than 5 minutes, more than 6 months, right? You do those things and to reassure that if I approach in this manner, my relationship's going to work. Right? You give yourself daily to your relationship. Well, we're supposed to give ourselves daily to the word. And that was going to build up the reassurance, which was going to build up the readiness of mind, which was going to build up the willing mind. Now I'm willing. The more I'm assured of that the word works, now I'm more willing to give back to the word. Give back to the things that pertain to the temple in this instance. Y'all see that? That's how it wasn't just they got smacked in the face with the spirit and it was like, oh, I just want to give today. Nah, they sat back. The ones that were wise-hearted, like it's going to say, they sat back and they saw all the tremendous and wondrous things that the Most High was doing at that time. They saw Mount Sinai. They was like, damn. Well, that gotta be God, right? They saw the Red Sea part. They saw the 10 plagues. They saw Pharaoh get swallowed up. They saw all these things up until this time, and what did they not do? They didn't take them for granted. They didn't act like it was coincidence. They didn't write them off as science fiction. we too good at that, writing things off as, that's just life. Is it? Is it life when the Most High starts to intervene in ways that you can't explain? We all got that in our lives, right? We all got our little testimony how the Most High be dipping and dabbing into our life. And you like, man, whew. Sometimes it's like, Barakatah, thank you. And then sometimes it's like, damn, I messed up. But you know it's the Lord intervening, right? And changing things in your life. And it's all for good reason. It's either to get you back on path or to sway you away from evil.
Con.
Y'all see that? But again, the reassurance, the belief, it comes from giving yourself to the Spirit daily. Daily. Not once a week, not when you feel like it, not once every 6 months, not when times are hard. Not when times get rough, like, oh, you know what? Gotta get back in that word. You should have stayed. Should have stayed searching. When things got hard, they wouldn't be as hard. Jump back to Exodus.
I had a precept on that.
I was gonna say where you may have been able to avoid it.
That hard time.
The hard time.
Yeah.
What's up?
It's a precept on that. Titus chapter 1 verse 9 says, holding fast the faithful word as he had been taught.
Yeah.
That he may be able by sound doctrine both exhort and exhort right, and to convince the gainsayers.
Yeah, but holding fast to that which is good, holding fast to the doctrine. But why would I want to hold on to something if I don't even know about it? I'm not gonna hold. Like, who holds on to things they don't believe in? Right? We stopped believing in Christmas. We let that go. We stopped believing in America. We started to let that go. Why? Because you're searching out and seeing, like, wait a minute, this ain't what I thought it was. The American dream is false. So you start to let things go. But when you let that go, what are you grabbing onto? There got to be something that you grab onto to keep you rooted and grounded. Right? But if I'm not searching daily, if I'm not giving my mind over to the meditation, to the study, I think y'all are gonna hear me say meditation and study in every single class now. That's gonna be my broken record moment. Why? Because that's important. That's the most important thing. Watch. Go to Isaiah 33:6. It's the most important thing right now. And nothing else matters. You know why? Because in these last days, you got people coming up and telling you that you're wrong with the type of fringes you wear. You're wrong if you do the Sabbath on this way. You're a sinner if you breathe on the Sabbath. You're a sinner if you have a wife. You're a sinner if you eat meat. How? When the Most High gave us manna in the wilderness. That was meat. So how are we wrong if we eat meat? How are we able to eat meat then, but we can't eat now? Quail. Yeah, quail. Quail is chicken, little pheasant, right? Little birds.
Man, that's true.
It's a little bird, man. How are you wicked if you eating quails, eating meat? But see, if you're not studying and reassuring yourself in the things that you've been assured in, and having a constant reassurance, a constant refreshing, guess what's going to happen? It says seducers will wax worse and worse. Deceiving and being deceived. You're going to be one of those ones that's deceived. You're going to be cut. You're going to be, what did it say? We just read it yesterday. You're going to be tricked out of your crown, out of your blessing. You're going to start worshiping angels. Right? You're going to start going after the traditions of men. Because you're not reassuring in yourself in the things that you have learned. Can't nobody come to me with nothing new talking about man, just half the things that be out there. I sit back and look at it and I'm like, well, my first thing is, what does the Bible say about what you're saying? What does the Bible say? And you're coming with one part, but do you have the balance on what you're bringing? Well, you're wicked if you buy and sell on the Sabbath. Okay, kind. I'm wicked now. So let's see what the scriptures say. Well, more than one wife is a sin. Oh, Okay, so David and all these other righteous men were sinners. Okay, so let's go through it. Let's get the balance. Let's get the understanding. Like, you got to be able to have the ammo, right? What is Ukraine crying for right now? They need ammunition. Because it don't matter if you got guns. This is the gun. This is the gun. But if you ain't got the bullets to load up in this gun, guess what? It's useless to you. If you don't got the 30-round clip, if you don't got scripture upon scripture and then the understanding and the balance to be able to put it all together, then guess what? This book is useless. Because a Christian will come and outgun you. Well, we don't practice the law because we go to Galatians, then we can go to Romans, then we can go right back to Galatians, and we can go to Hebrews, and then you're like, oh, damn, he got me. Shalom, priest. I was battling with a Christian, and he went to 3 scriptures, and I don't know what to do. Oh, okay. Damn, really? He went to 3? So you mean to tell me you couldn't go to the 50 scriptures that show you that we keep the law? In the Old and New Testament?
Absolutely.
You can go to all the instances of Christ when Christ was telling the people keep the law and then making them go do the law. You couldn't go to those things? Well, because your ammunition is short. Your gun ain't holding enough clips. It's real, but that's what's happening in these days. It ain't just wars and rumors of wars. Don't get caught up in what's happening in Ukraine and on the news. Think about what's happening in your Facebook. Think about what's happening in your social media. Think about what's happening in your family when you sitting around trying to read and study and learn. They coming to you like, you damn crazy. You crazy as hell believing in that Israelite stuff. But show me anybody else that tell you that Russia was going to invade and do all these different things. Show me Islam. Where in Islam is it talking about what's going on now?
We've been talking about a war that was going to happen.
Yeah. The Bible done predicted every war.
We've been mentioning Russia.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where is it? When have the Christians ever went into Ezekiel 38 and broke that down and showed you that those are the things that are taking place and transpiring in this moment? It may not be the tipping point, but show me Islam, show me Buddha, show me Judaism, show me Mormonism. Show me.
Show me anybody else or any other group or congregation that isn't like shocked or surprised that this happened, or that is actually happy that this happened.
Oh, they all talk about pray for Ukraine. For what?
Thank you.
I'm gonna keep praying.
We're the only ones that's like, okay, we're not shocked or surprised. We're actually happy. We knew what was going to happen.
I'm praying for Ukraine that Russia goes in there, smashes them, and then has the cojones enough to go into Poland and to go into. That's what I'm looking for. I want them to touch NATO so it can really pop.
Yes.
I don't care about Ukraine. Ukraine ain't nobody on the map.
No.
I need them to go into Poland and Hungary and them countries.
China and Taiwan.
Yes.
Right? I need China to go touch on Taiwan real quick. That's what I need. I need North Korea to hit South Korea.
Right.
Those are.
Y'all got to see, like, when it really pops off.
That's what's
when it really pops off, and everybody's just gonna be like, okay, they over there fighting. I don't like you. They got their own fights going on. So
Yeah.
South Korea, here, eat these missiles.
These missiles. North Korea is against South Korea. China is against China wants to take Taiwan back into its fold.
Yep.
Right.
North Korea wants to take South Korea back into its fold.
Right.
These countries have been annexed, like how they did Crimea. What is Russia trying to do? They're trying to grab Ukraine back and rebuild a USSR. If y'all didn't know that, Putin is an animal,
Yes,
but I love it. But I want him to go past the borders. But think about it. When he does what he does and they see the success, all these other countries, Iran,
That's right.
they going to try to do their thing. All these countries that have a beef with the country next to them, this is opening the door.
It is.
And in some way or shape, America got to get involved. They can't just sit back and let the world topple, right? And then when that happens, then Yahweh Shai got to get involved. Because now our livelihood is going to be on the line being in these countries, right? We can't stop nukes. We can't stop missiles. We ain't got no guns,
Right.
No, we don't.
right? But show me show me anywhere that's told you that these things were going to happen. Right? But this is the sad part. The same things that never told you and prophesied what was going to happen, we fall to. Think about it. A lot of our brothers and sisters done fell back into Christianity. It ain't predicted or prophesied a damn thing. Islam ain't prophesied nothing. Why you fall into that? Well, because you didn't look and hold fast to the things that you were assured of. Starts in the little things in your life. Most High deals on the little aspects of your life, and then he broadens the spectrum out as you get a little bit more spiritual, you're able to see. But you stop looking at your own life as the example, the lives of brothers and sisters around you, right? And you chase the wrong things.
Okay.
So where were you at real quick?
Isaiah chapter 33, verse 6.
And then you can read that.
Isaiah chapter 33 and verse 6.
Right?
And wisdom and knowledge.
Wisdom and what?
Knowledge.
Read.
Shall be the stability.
The things that you know that are correct. It ain't just knowing something. It ain't just knowing something. It's knowing the things that are applicable to your life and that are gonna propel you past the captivity that we've been in, mentally, physically. Not just knowing that this is a blue tablecloth, right? Not just knowing that you're an Israelite. Not just knowing the Sabbath. But remember, he said, just hold where you at. We're in Exodus, right? Watch this. I'm gonna read this one more time. Exodus 35 and verse 1. Read it.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together.
Go ahead.
And said unto them,
Right?
These are the words which the Lord hath commanded.
Read.
That ye should do them.
That you shall what?
That ye should do
That
them.
you should just know them?
That ye should do
That
them.
all you gotta do is hear them?
Do them.
That you were supposed to be doers of the word and not hearers only. Just because you knew the Bible don't mean a damn thing. You knew the Bible in church. You knew the Bible in Sunday school. Jesus loves me, yet this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Right? The Bible told you Jesus loves.
Wow.
You knew that from a child, but how did that help you? Jesus' love got you enslaved. Jesus' love got you eating pork, Christmas, New Year's, Halloween, right? Jesus' love got us in all types of issues. You knew Jesus loved you, but did you know how to do the things to show that you love him? See, that it ain't about what you know. It's about the things I know and do. How do I do the things that I know? That's what it's about. Isaiah 33 and 6, read it.
Isaiah chapter 33 and verse 6.
Right.
And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy time.
These are the things that we're going to have to stand on. Not your bank, not your car, not your house, not your rib, not your kids, not your job.
God.
Wisdom and knowledge is the only thing you're going to be able to stand on. And when you break this down, when you break down wisdom and knowledge for certain things and certain aspects and certain times, in this time that we're in, what is going to be the wisdom and knowledge? It's going to be how well you communicate. It's going to be how well you unify. It's going to be how much you give yourself spiritually to the Spirit, to spiritual things. It's going to be how well you position your mind against Satan's darts. See, the wisdom and knowledge changes for the time. I don't know if y'all realize that. But we're in the time of, you better be communicating. You better be getting together and gathering. You better be working out them issues. You better be resolving problems with the next man. You better fix what you got going on with your brother and drop that gift off at the altar. Leave it right there and go fix that situation. Because in the end times, when it's time, you're going to have to gather with that same man. What you going to do? Hold a grudge? He got the water, you got the generator, but y'all hate each other. So you going to have power but thirsty as hell. He going to have water but no heat. I got the food, you got the pots, but I don't like you. So I'm going to have to eat out my hand. Right? And you just going to have to eat the pot. Right? That's what we going to be on? No, now is the time, the Most High is showing us, now is the time to work out the things you got to work out. That way, when I got the food and you got the pot, we can come together and not have some thing from 10 years ago holding us back.
That's true.
Some instance from 5 years ago, 20 years ago. You know Israel, bruh. 50-year grudges. Man, because you know back in 1960, when he looked at me funny, but nigga, it's 2022. You talking about the 60s? Bruh, the 80s? You holding grudges, 40-year grudges within families. 50-year grudges within families where you got two families that every time they meet up for a funeral, it's a fight.
Yep.
Every time they meet up for some family gathering, it's a fight because of grudge back in the 40s. Y'all been grudging since slavery. Well, when are you going to work it out? Because the time when you got to gather and come together and be for each other and use wisdom, when that time really comes, when it's, okay, something's popping off, everybody meet at the school. Well, I don't want to meet at the school because, you know, Quadazat got an issue with me and, you know, he didn't like me way back in 2005 and, you know, really? Okay. I didn't know I didn't like you in 2005 or ever. Right? I didn't know I got a beef with you. How come you didn't shut up? Because, you know, brothers just don't like me. Sisters, you know, me and the sister had an issue and no, you're supposed to work those things out now. If it pops off, you don't have no reservations with gathering and being together to work together. That's the wisdom and knowledge now. That's that if you don't work out your grudge, if you don't get that grudging off of you, right? If you don't get that evil eye out of you, when the time comes, you're going to be left out. You're going to be left behind, man. Finish it.
And strength of salvation.
And the strength of your salvation. What is going to save me? It's not going to be the pot, who got the food and who got the pot. It's going to be who can come together with those things. Don't y'all get it? Because one can have the food and one can have the pot, and they both starve. Because I can't cook and I ain't got nothing to eat. But if we bring it together, now I can cook and we both can eat. Y'all see this? Where you were going to go?
The Romans 12 and 2.
Go there. Yep.
Go to Romans chapter 12, verse 2.
And I hope y'all online are understanding what the hell's going on. I hope y'all are getting it, man. Because some of y'all online, y'all live in Houston. Stop capping. Some of y'all that are online right now live in Houston. Quit it. Get your ass to class, man.
Come on, man.
Stop coming around just on feast days. I gotta say this. I'm sorry. I gotta say this. Stop coming just for feast days and showing up in those times. Get a practice of at least coming to class once a week. Start off. I know it's a struggle for some. How far you live?
I live 56 miles away.
He lives an hour away, and he still gets to class. Some of y'all don't live nothing but 15, 20 minutes away. I live 20 minutes away. 15. He lives 15. He lives 15. Right? What y'all live? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Right. Get to class at least once a week. Become familiar with what's going on within the body. Right? Become familiar with each other. That way, when things hit the fan, when things start to go down on a higher level here in America, you have a little bit more comfortability dealing with brothers and sisters. If you're running out of gas right now and you need it, who feels comfortable asking me for money for gas? Well, y'all all better put your hand up. Y'all tripping. Because if I need it, I'm going to go to any one of y'all. I feel like I should be able to go to anybody for gas. And I'm going to go down the line. Brother, no, Shadat, no, I'm going to go down the line. Right? I'm going to go down the line. We should feel comfortable dealing and asking each other for things. But why do we fail? Why do you fall? Because you're not comfortable asking. You rather go ask your auntie and them, your granny and them. And then they look at you like, boy, you're always asking for gas, but you got the Bible. And like they ridicule you for having knowledge and then coming to them. Because they don't have knowledge. So why would you go to the ones that are not knowledgeable?
That's true.
I feel comfortable going, listen, I don't give a damn what I need. I'm going right to this man right here. Or I'm hitting up Kazak. Or I'm hitting up Zion. And they're going to send it. They're going to send it. It don't matter what it is. if it's their selves, if it's their own bodies. Hey, I need you down here. What's going on? Listen, this is what's happening. Okay, I'll be there. If it's their own bodies, that's how comfortable it is. Y'all better get on board, man. Y'all better get on track, because when it starts going down and everybody does the fend for themselves, I'm not wise-hearted enough to see what I need to give to the next man. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
It's true.
You gonna be living like them Ukrainians, trying to huddle up in a train station, trying to run to the next border. It's not gonna work.
Or worse, you know, you do come around, you're not used to brothers and sisters that's around, so you come around and then you end up causing problems.
Yep.
Or you end up, having problems coming around that never got worked out of you, and you separate yourself.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? Well, go to Romans 12:2 real quick.
Romans chapter 12, verse 2.
Go ahead.
And be not conformed to this world.
As y'all see, the world is crashing and burning. So why would you want to be conformed to the world? Go ahead.
But be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind.
This is what should be happening, because that's how you're conformed to the world. That's really how you get conformed to the world. It's by your mind being in the same frequency as the world. You love the worldly music, you love the worldly things that is offered, the worldly dressing, the worldly thought process, the worldly everything about the world. You love it. And because of that, you crash and burn. But the scripture says that you're supposed to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. So the worldly way that you used to think and move, that should be getting scrubbed out and purged out and cleaned out of you. You see what I'm saying? And how does that happen? That happens by you being around. Because there's a lot of times when you're going to be around somebody and something's going to be happening and you ain't even going to know that you was doing wrong, or that you said something wrong, or that you offended somebody, or that this isn't on point. You know what I mean? But you'll be around them and you'll see the way that they move and you'll be like, oh, damn, I don't move like that. I don't think like that. This is of your conscience. You'll start making changes within yourself without somebody even telling you. But then there's times when, somebody will tell you, and then you'll be like, oh, you know what? Let me start changing certain aspects. But there is supposed to be a renewing of your mind. Read.
That ye may prove.
That ye may what?
That ye may prove.
You know why a lot of brothers and sisters fall off? For everybody in here right now, could you imagine falling back into the world? From going back out into the world and eating the pork and eating the shrimp and eating the crabs and eating the lobsters and you work with a lot of gay people and being cool with gay people, and you know what I'm saying? Because you imagine falling back out into the world right now. You can't, right? But it happens. It happens to a lot of people. Like, who in here has been in, other than Samakiah and Benaiah? Everybody that's been in here, and Shemaiah Allah, nobody's been here more than 4 years, right?
But everybody's new.
For the most part, everybody's new, but guess what? I've been at the school for 7 years, and I've seen hundreds of brothers and sisters that come in and that leave. But why? Because the transformation of their mind never happened. Yeah, you sit here and it's cool for a while, but is it going to be cool after a month? After 2 months? After a year or two? After 4 or 5 years? Is it going to be cool? The only way it's going to be cool is if your mind is actually transforming. Is if your mind is you're actually applying the scriptures and making these changes. You see what I'm saying? That's the only way. Because you're supposed to be proving what is that good. So you could be here, but if you're not proving what is that good, if you're not proving the Most High, then ain't nothing going to happen. When situations pop up, you're going to be like, what do I do? Remember when David was going to go to war? David was going to fight Goliath, and Saul tried to give him his armor. And David was like, I never proved your armor, so I can't use it. I never proved it. I never tried it, so I can't use your armor to go fight Goliath. Well, are you proving the Most High? Are you proving these scriptures? For when you do have to go and fight Goliath, what are you going to have to fight him? What are you going to have to fight these spirits when they start coming around? If your mind ain't being transformed, and if you ain't proving yourself, then situations is gonna happen, and it's gonna show that you never proved yourself. It's gonna show that you never had faith because you never proved your faith. It's gonna show that you never had mercy because you never proved it. It's gonna show that you never had hospitality. You never had this physical trait. You never had love. You never had forgiveness. You never had all these different things. Why? Because you never proved it. You see that? Go ahead.
And acceptable.
Yeah, you'll fall off because you never proved what is acceptable either. That's why you can have so many different doctrines on it. You know when you were saying it, like when you were saying you gotta like study because of this and that. I was like, honestly, nah, I'm good. I'm not on social media. I'm not gonna run into, unless I'm walking down the street and something happens, but I'm not gonna run into like a crazy doctrine. Because I'm not on social media to deal with that. And I don't want to be on there to deal with that. I'm perfectly fine with what I have going on right now. But I have proved that this is acceptable. You see what I'm saying? It's acceptable unto me. I'm not looking for nothing else. I'm not looking for nothing new. So nobody can bring nothing new to me. Because this is what's acceptable unto me. Go ahead.
And perfect will of God.
See, the acceptable and perfect will of God, I proved that. Y'all got to make sure y'all are proving the acceptable and perfect will to the Most High, because if not, you're going to screw yourself. Not proving what is acceptable and perfect for you, but proving what is acceptable and perfect for the Most High. Because we mess up with that too. We're like, I do what I want to do. I do it how I feel. I'm going to give this much because that's what I want to give. You see what I'm saying? I'm comfortable giving this much. I'm comfortable doing this. I'm comfortable doing that. But the Most High doesn't care about what you're comfortable with. Nope. It's about what He's comfortable with. Just think about it. Husbands that have wives. Can your wife do something that's not acceptable and perfect to you? And then she just be like your food? Like here, like the rice isn't cooked, it's still watery, but I didn't feel like sitting here and letting it cook, so here. and I didn't add any salt to it, so it's gonna be some bland Moab rice. Here, nigga. Or like some fried rice. You ever been to Timmy Chan's and that rice was greasy as hell? Like the rice was like, the grease from like a grape. And she's like, yeah, I know I messed up, but here. Drops it like that. That might be acceptable unto her, but is it going to be acceptable unto you? No, it's not. And like your kids, you give your kids chores and they go and clean up, and you pull the fork out and there's still some stuff between the fork, you're going to be like, okay, that was acceptable unto you, but it's not acceptable unto me. Go wash it again. You see what I'm saying? Or whatever it is, whatever service it is that you do. Think about it. When you go and you order something, you go and you order a burger and they forgot the cheese, and you wanted some cheese on there. You're like, this ain't what I ordered. It's not acceptable. Give me another burger. Or you go and you order something and they have bacon on it. It's not acceptable. I paid for it. It's not acceptable. Give me what I want. I paid for it. I expect to get what I paid for. That's what the Most High expects from us. You see what I'm saying? You're bought by the blood of Christ. You're purchased. So you got to do what's acceptable unto the Most High, because all these years you did what was acceptable unto Esau, unto the white man. So you got to do what's acceptable unto the Most High. So yeah, we can go back to the
Jump back.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 35, and verse 5. Take ye from among you an offering unto the Lord. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it.
Why were they willing? Because they seen the things that the Most High brought the people through up until that point. They believed, they searched out, they asked questions, they continued to look for and see the Most High in their life, and they realized that Egypt wasn't it.
Yep.
Egypt wasn't the way to go. You know what was crazy? What was the number one sign that Egypt wasn't the way to go? What was the number one sign that the people had? What was the number one sign? It was there with them every day.
Oh,
The light that guided them.
No, it was there, but no, close. What? It was there every day. Nope, she wasn't right.
no. All right.
It's like a trick question. Come on, y'all know. Y'all just think about it. Think about the scriptures, man. What was the most apparent sign that Egypt was not the way? Okay, let's do this. What were you gonna say?
By them being in slavery.
Nope. Because they liked slavery. They liked it because they were trying to go back. But what was the number one sign that Egypt wasn't the way? What? Go to Hebrews. Did you hear me? Did you hear what I said up here? Go to Hebrews 11:23. She got it. Moses was with the people daily, right? But what did Moses do to show that Egypt wasn't the way, and why was it Moses put in front of the people? Remember, Moses was there before the plague started hitting. Moses was an example that this ain't the way. Watch, read it. Hebrews 11 and verse 23.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 23.
Verse 24.
Verse 24. By faith, Moses, when he was come to years,
Right?
refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
Love to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
Refused.
No. He was like, listen, this is what I am and this is what I'm gonna always be.
Refused.
He refused it. Now, you think that the Hebrews didn't know that? You think they didn't hear about that? Like, wait a minute. One of the most respected generals in Pharaoh's army done dipped off and is a fugitive. You think they wasn't going through the Hebrew camps looking for him? You think they didn't get word what was going on in the castle? Like that was happening and nobody knew? They heard about a man that left Egypt and gave up the riches. They knew.
Yeah.
Then they seen him when he comes back after all that time. Most High preserved him. This was that Moses. We weren't slow. We weren't without information, and we weren't without knowing things.
Right.
Go ahead, read on.
Refused to be called the son.
You think Moses didn't tell him who he was? You think he didn't tell him who he was? Come on, man. They knew what Moses was on. That he was up in Pharaoh's kingdom, up in his castles, chilling, living luxurious. They knew. But then they got to see him forsake that. So think about that. If Moses was that example to the people, aren't we not that example for each other? Aren't we not the greatest example that America ain't it? When we show up daily, when we fight for each other daily, when we gather daily.
Yeah.
Are we not the greatest? I'm not taking away from the Most High in Christ. But why do I say we're the greatest example? Because we can understand each other on a level of human flesh, seeing, right? There's no trick to this. There's no unlocking the code in parables. I'm here. I'm fighting just like you. Damn, he's fighting just like me, so maybe I should keep fighting just like him. I'm here, sis, just like you fighting. Well, she's fighting just like me, so I should fight just like her. And if we both fight together, we can band up and make a good army. Right? We're the best example. Moses was that example. We're the example for each other. Of forsaking what is not good for us and clinging on to what is good. Holding fast to the profession. Read it.
Verse 25. Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God.
Go ahead.
Than to enjoy the pleasures of sin.
Yeah, come on, man. What type of example is that?
Wow.
To see a man. Now, let's take it to Yahweh Shai. Woo! Did he not choose rather affliction than to sit up on the right hand of the Most High? Hell yeah. What compassion should that have invoked in the people? What love for them to fight and walk the straight and narrow. That's what that was supposed. Yahweh Shai was supposed to be that example for the people, like Moses was, like we are to each other. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 26, esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt.
Right, because the people have to see Moses go through the abasement and the suffering with them. And him showing them, like, look, we're doing this for Christ's sake. I gave these things up for you, for Yahweh Shai, for the Most High, for his will. And the people were supposed to see, you know what? Damn, man. He's doing it. He's making it. He actually let us up out of here. He actually had enough to go stand before Pharaoh. Now, again, I'm not taking nothing away from the Most High in Christ. We know what they did on the back end, right? But we still needed a physical man to walk up to Pharaoh and talk to him. We still needed a physical man to show those signs and those wonders. Why? Because Israel needs a sign. Israel's carnal. So we needed that, but Moses was that, or else there wouldn't be a need for Moses. They were all signs. Moses, David, Saul, Elisha, Elijah, right? They all signified something, and it was supposed to put something in our minds according to how we're supposed to move towards the Most High. Saul was a sign not to be greedy, covetous, and not to be put in a position for the wrong reasons. Right? David was the opposite of Saul. There were signs. Elisha, Elijah, all the prophets, Nehemiah, Isaiah, Jeremiah, they were all signs for the people that the Most High is still riding with us. I'm going to say it again. We're supposed to be signs for one another. The more I fight, the more it's supposed to make you, invoke you to fight. And if we keep that mind, the more you fight, the more I fight. The more I fight, the more you fight. We'll just be fighting. We'll be fighting, but we'll be increasing. If somebody else sees that, oh, okay, I want to join the fight. You know what? I want to give up the weed and the smoking and the this and the that and the drugs and the hate and the envy and the jealousy. You know what? Next person, same thing. Next person, same thing. That's how it goes. Read on.
For he had respect unto the recompense of the reward.
You see that? Read on.
By faith he forsook Egypt.
He did what?
He forsook Egypt.
Yeah, by faith he forsook Egypt. He was a sign that Egypt wasn't the way to go. That, first of all, y'all were bums in Egypt. Y'all were the outcasts of Egypt. Y'all were the slaves of Egypt. And this man was a prince in Egypt. This man was a general in Egypt. He had a high rank, high respect, high esteem. And he gave that up. What did y'all really give up? Bricks and mortar? Onions and leeks? That's what y'all gave up? This dude was eating the king's bounty from the king's table. Right? All the best of everything. Could you imagine the way Moses was rolling? Could you just imagine? And when I say the way he was rolling, remember, Moses was always a man of integrity. So imagine how he rolled around that kingdom, orchestrating that army, but still being a man of integrity, not compromising himself. Then when he came to full age and understood, like, okay, this is it. This ain't the way. I'm out. But imagine how he rolled and how they looked at him. You ungrateful you little son of a, we took you in and look how you can only imagine, because he wasn't down for the Egyptian regime. If he was, then he would have stayed with them. We wouldn't be reading this. The people had a walking example of giving up the best, or what you think is the best, and getting what you think is the worst, but it's actually the best. Right? He was the example. He forsook Egypt. Go ahead.
Not fearing the wrath of the king.
Not what?
Not fearing the wrath of the king.
He was the walking epitome of no fear. He was the walking man, the walking no fear. If no fear was a man, it was Moses at that time. Go ahead.
For he endured as seeing him who is invisible.
You see that? If it was about a man of faith Faith is the things hoped for but not seen. Seeing him that is invisible. He's seen the Most High. He's seen Christ. Before burning bushes and all that stuff, he had it in his mind already. The burning bush didn't happen, then he left Egypt. Right? He left Egypt and then the burning bush situation happened. Yeah. Correct? So what did he see to make him have to leave? He already seen the will of the Most High. He already seen Christ. He already seen those spiritual things. Then the confirmation came years later. He was the man that was the example to the people. They were supposed to hold on to that example. Did you finish it?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. Y'all get that? Let's go back. So those wise-hearted men, what did they cling on to? They clung on to Moses and the way he rolled. Right? They didn't prop Moses up as a god like the other lower level men did. Like, oh, Moses, our God, is gone, so let's make another god. But these wise-hearted men, they were able to see all these different things and see the Most High in all his works. Yeah. And working through Moses. Not that Moses was God, but they seen the Most High work through Moses. Remember, who gave them all the instruction? Who gave Moses all the instruction for everything? Most High in Christ, right? Moses was able to come back and deliver those to wise men. Men that understood how to take instruction. Men that understood how to be in order. Men that understood that it ain't about them and what they wanted at the time. It's about what was laid down. Men that seen, you know what? This is ordained of the Most High. This man went up into a damn mountain for 40 days twice. And sat there. And dealt with the Most High in Christ and the angels. He's the only man that went up on Mount Sinai when we thought no man could walk up that mountain. Came back and was alive and had wisdom and knowledge to deliver. Right? He didn't come down high and retarded like some people say. These wise men seen that. And they moved off of that. Read.
The book of Exodus, chapter 35 and verse 5. Let him bring it an offering of the Lord, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet, and fine linen and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate.
So think about it. We was rolling around with onyx stones and diamonds in abundance. It wasn't like one diamond and one onyx stone. Like we got this, like by coincidence, we got one onyx that's going to fit perfectly inside the breastplate. No, we had onyx stones. We had diamonds. We had emeralds. We had gold in abundance, silver in abundance, brass in abundance. Shittim wood, all these things in abundance. The willing mind had to be willing enough to give these things up for the greater good. Y'all see this? Your mind had to be set on what was the greater good. Because what was these stones to us in the wilderness? Bro, they were nothing. What could you do with them? If we all had them, then what could you do with them? Who had the advantage? Nobody. There was no advantage. If we all left out of Egypt with gold and cattle and drapes and silks and all that stuff, then who had the advantage? Nobody. It wasn't like we were amongst nations where we could go trade these things. If I got goats and you got goats, I don't need your goats. But if I got gold and you got gold and we both got goats and gold, we don't need to trade with each other. We can just live. Yeah. So there was no advantage to these things. The advantage was, the wise thing was, let's use them for what the Most High's purpose was. That's the reason why the Most High had us take those things. It wasn't for ourselves. They were, what was diamonds going to do in the wilderness? Think about it. What was onyx stones and gold gonna do good in the wilderness? Nothing. Nothing until this point. Go ahead.
And every wise-hearted among you shall come and make all that the Lord hath commanded.
Wise-hearted because I can take instruction. I can deal with order. It's not about me. It's not about shortcuts. It's not about being lazy. It's not about starting and then not finishing. It's not about, yeah, I'm going to be there and not showing up. Right? You know how Israel is. Yeah, I'll be there.
Oh, man.
Still ain't seen some.
Please.
Still ain't seen some. Yeah, I got you. Still ain't got it. Israel got to stop it.
Yeah.
Wise-hearted, I say I'm going to do something, I do it. Go ahead.
The tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, his tats, and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat and the veil of the covering, the table and his staves, and all the vessels and the shewbread, the candlestick also for the light, and his furniture and his lamps, with the oil for the light.
All these things have to be brought. All these things have to be brought. Go ahead.
And the incense altar and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with his brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they came, every one whose heart stirred him up, and every one whom his spirit made willing, and they brought the Lord's offering.
See, the Spirit made them willing. It wasn't some spooky, mystical thing. Again, they were reflective on the things they saw and what was the next stage in moving forward. Not everybody was in that mind. Let's not cap and get it twisted like the whole nation was just, everybody wasn't in that mind. How do we know? Because you had Korah and Dathans and the people that ran with them. Right? You had people that were against, but the majority was in the mind to do the right thing. Go ahead.
To the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets, all jewels of gold, and every man that offered an offering of gold unto the Lord. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skins of ram and badger skins brought them. Every one that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought the Lord's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, both of blue and of purple and of scarlet and of fine linen. And all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair.
Yep. Y'all see that? There had to be a high level of selflessness in this instance. Because, can I say one thing? If you're not willing, if the Most High wants something and you're not willing, Does he just be like, oh well, you know what? Never mind. I don't want it then.
Blah.
Hell to the no. The Most High gonna take what he wants. So if you're not willing to give it, Most High just takes it until you're willing to give it. He'll start to break down things around you until you start to come to the fruition that, oh, wait a minute, ooh, this is what the Most High wants. And then you give it up, right? So when the Most High wants you, what does he do? He don't break you down first. He starts to use the people around you as a whooping tool. And you go into battle back and forth, and you don't got all the scriptures, but they do. And they putting you to shame, right? You hanging around with the wrong people, they trying to indoctrinate you with this and drugs and this and that, right? And the Most High is using the things around you to show you you're in the wrong place. You're around the wrong people. And he continues to do that to you. Light bulb, oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't be over here on the Sabbath. Maybe I should be in class. Maybe I shouldn't be here on a Monday night sitting at home doing nothing. I should be in class. Or maybe I shouldn't be over here with my family on a Wednesday. I should be in class getting myself together.
Chastise those he loves.
Huh?
Chastise those he loves.
Yeah, but it's the way the Most High does it. It's so beautiful and poetic, where he'll use the people around you but that's my family. But he uses them as a damn whipping tool, man. He uses them as the whip. He uses them as the hammer to break you down and break you down and show you that it's not profitable for you to sit there with them and argue with them, but it's more profitable for you to come sit down and learn. Y'all see that? Yeah, that's how the Most High does. And then you start to realize that, man, I got to get in class because I got a lot to learn. I got to get my ammo up, like we were talking about earlier. I got to get my scriptures up. I got to get my balance together. I got to get these things together before I can go teach someone. Most High is, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. So, next reader, any questions? Next reader, any questions on? No.
Sabbath Reading, Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem HaShah Bakathum.
Yahweh Shem HaShah Bakathum.
Whose baby is that? Whose baby is that back there? It's like a little alien. It's like a little alien baby. What's happening to those alien babies?
You just stop me.
Who's making these droopy-eyed babies?
The daddy.
Right? And not the father, no. God.
So, Exodus chapter 35, verse 37. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spice, oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Israel brought a willing offering unto the Most High. Every man and woman whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which the Most High had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. Verse 30. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, see, the Lord had called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And he had filled him with the Spirit of God, in wisdom, and understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship. and to devise curious works, and to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he had put in his heart that he may teach both he and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Them had he filled with wisdom of hearts, to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer in blue, and in purple, scarlet, and fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Chapter 36 of Exodus. Then wrought Bezalel and Oholiab, and every wise-hearted man in whom the Lord put wisdom and understanding to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that the Most High had commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Oholiab, and every wise-hearted man in whose heart the Lord had put wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moses all the offering which the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it with all. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary came, every man from his work which they made. And they spake unto Moses, saying, people bring much more than enough for the service of the work.
See that? The people were so stirred up in this charge of getting the temple together, they said they brought much more than what was needed, which was a good thing. Go ahead.
Which the Lord commanded to make. Verse 6, and Moses gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing.
Yeah. So you see, the Most High is not going to take more than he needs, right? He's not going to take or more than what is required. It's not unjust or unrighteous to take. No, we got what we needed. Let the people keep what they got, and let's go ahead and let's build. Again, spiritually, the Most High is not going to. I don't know what some people be thinking. Like the Most High is just. I know how it be. I know how it looks sometimes. It's like if I keep giving myself in this way, I'm not gonna have nothing left for myself. But the Most High, I mean, we're seeing the example. He doesn't roll like that. You see that? He's not going to take. The whole point is not to take or for you to give until you're desolate. But it is a sacrifice. It is a lesson in faith, right? And what is part of that lesson in faith? That I'm going to give until I'm told that's enough on that aspect, whatever aspect it is. But a lot of us stand in the way of our own faith, building our own faith by saying, okay, that's enough. I'm done. I've given what I feel I can, and that's it. I'm not going to push myself. I'm not going to go any further. That's it. That's all I got. That's all I got, Lord. But is it? That's the question. Is it? In the majority of the cases, no. You can go more. You can give more. You can give more to studying. You can give more to reading. You can give more to it. You can give more to meditation. You can give more to the service, the ministering. Where you cut it off is not where the cutoff really is. It's where you cut it off. And we're predisposed to not go that extra mile, man. Not all of us. Elijah, can you give me one, please? He's a tea maker. Golly, that thing is hot. Whoa. Yeah. What's that? Sister in the back with the baby.
The class that you and Kazakia did years ago, it was one of my favorite classes. It was called The Flesh is Never Satisfied.
Yep.
And it's the same thing on the spectrum when you relate it back to the spirit. So it's like, okay, you can never do enough. But when you think about it carnally, you say, okay, well, you have the flesh. If you are out doing everything that's, pertaining to the flesh, whether it's you smoking, you can never get high enough. You can never smoke enough blunts. If it's drinking, you're going to want some more liquor. If it's sex, you're going to want something bigger and better. If whatever it is, it's never satisfied.
Yep.
So when you think about it, spiritually, it's like, oh, okay, well, will I ever be satisfied spiritually? Can I ever do enough? So that made me think about one of my favorite classes that y'all did.
Yeah, and you know why you have to ask that question, I'm not saying you're asking, but why that question is even imposed in our minds, like, will I ever be spiritually satisfied? Well, because you keep cutting yourself off.
Mm-hmm.
You keep cutting yourself off from the spirit to even put yourself in that realm to be satisfied. Think about it. when you wanted to get high in the world, you didn't cut that off. You made sure you presented yourself in front of the weed man or in front of the dope dealer. Right? You made sure you had him on speed dial. When you wanted to, whatever gratification you were looking for, you didn't sit back like, man, I wonder if I'm gonna be satisfied in my eating today. No, you went for the satisfaction, right? So whether you went to went and got the double meat with the patty melt, with the chicken strips, with the honey mustard on the side, right? Or why are you looking at me, right? Or you went for all the Chick-fil-A sauces, mixed them all together and dipped your burger, like whatever you went for, whatever you felt like I need to be satisfied in, you didn't cut yourself off from that. You gave yourself to it. Why do you think the Bible says, what does it say? Hell thing there is never, what does it say? Hell is never filled? What is it? Hell and destruction is never, yeah, it says something like hell and destruction are never full. Hell and death? I'm miswording it.
Yeah, it's something like that.
But it says these things are never full. Why? Because people are constantly going towards those appetites. I mean, Snoop Dogg tells you that you never get as high. You'll never just get high to the epitome of highness. That nigga is a walking blunt.
Come on, man.
Snoop Dogg is a walking ganja stick. And he'll tell you, he has weed in rotation. And now he just can't get high. He just got to do a constant little 2 puffs to stay in a little buzz. But, I mean, come on, like liquor. There's a point where you can't get drunk no more. You can't satisfy that, and then it gets into folly. Right?
Proverbs.
Read it.
Proverbs chapter 27, verse 20. Hell and destruction are never full.
There it is. Hell and destruction are never full. Why? Because people constantly say, you know what? I need to fulfill this appetite. So they go towards their destruction. They walk right into hell willingly. You see what I'm saying? You literally walk into hell by giving yourself over. Do me a favor. Bring me one more tea bag, please.
I have a question. Well,
Yeah.
not a question.
What's your question?
It's not a question, but just bring it back to what you said, the Most High doesn't take more than what is required. And
Right.
It's so beautiful because just looking at the world, they'll take everything. Going back to earlier, you got to work yourself to death,
Yep.
Like the Most High brings you peace if you come to Him. He's not going to take more than what is required. But the world will, these false demons will, Satan will, they'll make you give up your whole babies, everything,
Yeah.
sacrifice everything, and that still won't be enough. So it's like, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, because Satan's job is to diminish you to the point where you don't have nothing left.
Right.
The Most High's job is to take from you to see what are you going to put before him. And once you conquer them demons, like who was that? Abraham was going to go sacrifice Isaac, right? Abraham didn't have Isaac to sacrifice, to be honest. In his mind he didn't, but he still went ahead and went along with it. And when the Most High seen that, oh, okay, that doesn't have power over him. Here goes Isaac, and here goes many other sons and blessings. You see that? Now the Most High could have took Isaac, but wouldn't he have given Abraham back another son? It just wouldn't have been Isaac. It would have been another son, right? Abel was killed. Most High gave Adam Seth, right? And made his will prosper through Seth. So what she's saying is absolutely right. The Most High, he takes what he needs for our benefit, for our lesson. But then he also doesn't even give us as much as we deserve on the end of correction and punishment. The Bible tells us that. Why? Because if he corrected us to the full extent, c'est la vie, right? We would not be here to worship. We wouldn't want to. We wouldn't want to. Think about it. You got niggas running from Putin. He's a dictator. They're running from Putin and running from that type of mind state. The Most High is not trying to run this thing like a dictatorship. In the aspect of, it's weird because it is a dictatorship. But you have a choice. But then you don't have a choice. It's so crazy. Because you have a choice, but then you don't have a choice. And the choice is choose you this day, life or death. Right? So either which way you got a choice. Most High is, it's like, hey, pick this or that, but either way there's repercussions, right? But you bring those on your own self. If the Most High literally laid down his judgments on us, we wouldn't even be here to thank him or to hate him. He'd wipe us out. So the Most High knows how to administer the correction, but he also knows how to administer the sacrifice that he needs you to go through for you to benefit. Don't we see that? All the things we go through, man, to build virtue is not to hurt you, it's to build virtue. It's to actually strengthen you. So where are we at? Somebody had their hand up. Sis, you had your hand up in the back.
I don't know if this kind of goes along with what you guys are saying, but I was, earlier this week, I was reading, Isaiah 55.
Wait, what was it?
55,
What chapter?
Isaiah 55.
Oh, Isaiah 55, okay.
Chapter 1, verse 1 and 2.
Okay. Somebody get it.
You want me to read it?
One of these brothers will get it.
Okay.
Isaiah chapter 55, verse 1.
Uh-huh.
Ho, everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters.
Right.
And he that had no money, come ye, buy and eat. Yea, come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do ye spend money for that which is not bread?
Oh, man.
And your labor.
I mean, go ahead.
And your labor for that which satisfieth not.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem. And that's the issue. And it's what we've been talking about. You know, us giving ourselves over to the things that have no value. He said, you come and you buy and eat. You come and buy wine and milk without money and without price. Wherefore do you spend money for that which is not bread? Think about it. That's on a few aspects. When you were sitting in church and you were spending that money, and you weren't getting that real bread, that real nourishment, right? But even now, think about it. You put your time. You put your time into things like we talk about, like social media. You spend all your time on that, and how is it feeding you? It's not. It's not. There's no nourishment. There's no sustenance there, right? And all these other, the music, the novels, the social media. I mean, let's even think about it. Even your workplace that you feel like is sustaining you on this high level, it's not. It's not, and I'm gonna show you why. Forget about the money, forget about the job, forget about all that. Who are you around? Did you just start a new job? The sister started a new job, and on her first day, they're already talking about who's gay and who's lesbians and kids being gay. I'm like, on the first day, they're already disclosing sexual behaviors?
Wow.
I can see why they put the law in place in Florida. Don't ask, don't tell. The don't say gay law. I love it. Because I don't want to hear about your extravaganzas outside of the workplace. I don't want to hear about your exploits and what you do in the bedroom and what your orientation is and what you believe them, they, his, he, she, me. I don't care. We come to do a damn job, right? But think about it. She has to be subjected to workplace nonsense, water cooler talk. There ain't even no damn water cooler. They online. It's not even like the typical workplace where you get to go to work and you sit in a desk next to a person and they talking all they crap and you gotta work and ignore them, and then you go try to get a lunch break and the weird person comes and sits next to you and they're weird as hell and you're just trying to take a lunch break and they're like, you know, man, I'm just so depressed, and they start offloading on you. That's typical workplace stuff. She's online, right?
Yeah.
And they doing that stuff online.
Yeah.
So the point is, you take away from yourselves when you have to put yourselves in these situations of dealing with this American nonsense. Nobody wants to hear about how gay you are, or how straight. I don't care. Or how bisexual or pansexual you claim to be or want to be, or your kids and how gay they are and how wicked and how, like, leave that to yourself. But see, when you have to go, when you gotta go work for the man, nothing is off the table with the man. Don't you get that? Even though he say, don't talk about these things at work. People are gonna talk about these things at work. And if your mind is not strong, what's gonna happen? Not saying you're gonna fall into being a homosexual, but it's going to put a type of spirit on you that's gonna weigh you down. You get weighed down. Remember, it says in Daniel, they seek to wear out the saints of the Lord. It starts to wear you out. You get wore out with their conversation. You get wore out with the mind state. Then you hate signing on to work from the house. You're supposed to be happy to be able to sign on from home, right? Should be easy. But now you got to sign on from home and be like, damn, how do I block this monkey from talking this craziness?
Yeah, I know.
Right? I got to block their IM, but I can't because I have to communicate with them. But then they're sending weird things through the IM. They're sending weird emails, non-company information through the email, through the IM, through the chat. I've been there. I know about it all, man. And you like, damn, I got to put up with this? Well, yeah. That's by design. That's Satan's, another vehicle of Satan to weaken you. Where you at?
To finish it up,
Okay, where you at?
Isaiah chapter 55,
Oh, right. Yep.
verse 2,
Go ahead.
second precept, says, hearken diligently unto me,
Read.
and eat ye that which is good.
Yeah, man. Put yourself in a position to eat proper nourishment, the things that are good. You know, like, I'm gonna say this, like, even the business that we have in the mall, we're subjected to all the demons, right? All the dainty things of this world present themselves in that mall. If you got food demons, trust me, you gonna smell every food court food. Oh, that's Charlie's. Oh, I smell Chick-fil-A. Oh, I smell steak escape. Oh my God, that Sarku is hitting. Oh my God, that Aunt Annie's is busting, right? You're going to get all them demons trying to go through your nasal passages to take you into that food court so you can just stuff yourself with that food. If it's women, we right next to Victoria's Secret and Bath and Body. So you're going to get the scantily clad, walking through in lingerie, pimp with the hoe trying to sell her to you. You're going to get all that in that mall. Right? Whatever demon is on you, that demon is going to present itself. But what's the one thing that you have working at that job that you don't have working at any other job? What is it?
Brotherhood.
You what?
Brotherhood.
You got a brother next to you to say, hey, don't worry about that. Let's stay on the grind. Hey, sis, because we got sisters that work in the mall too, right? You're going to have the muscular, skinny cat with the abs showing through his shirt, right? He's going to have a pocket full of money showing through his pants, right? Smelling like a pound. You're going to have all that for the sister that is weak to that, right? The Tory Lanez looking type cat, or the young Dolph looking type cat, whatever. The Gucci Man looking type cat. Kodak Black looking type cat before he cut his hair. Right? He going to have all the chains on, walking through the mall. You're going to be like, damn, I hear chains. And you're going to hear all the aluminum jingling and hitting each other. Right? Like, oh my gosh. Right? If that's what she's weak to, guess what? It's there. But there's somebody else to say, hey sis, it's not a godly man. Look, let's keep on track. Hey sis, don't worry about their conversation. Let them do that. Let's stay on track. It's there for you to show if those things present itself, and you're there with another brother or sister that's there to help you fight through those things, not for you to have to defend yourself or be there by yourself and just put up with it. That's the one difference of being an Israelite and working with another Israelite. And being an Israelite and having to go sit up in this world and deal with them. There's nobody that got your back. That's the crazy part. At any moment, it's going to be you having to rely on you and what you know. And sometimes we don't know the things we ought to know. Read on. Let's jump back.
And let your soul delight itself in fatness.
Yeah, man, the real fatness, the real good. Is that it? So, yeah, good scripture says, and again, it's going back to the what's the theme or what's the talking points? Well, what am I giving and what am I giving myself to be enlightened, to be fat, to be filled, to have fulfillment? You think the people that gave to the temple all these things, and when they seen Aaron's garment, you think they weren't like, damn, I had a part in that. That made me feel good. When they seen the tabernacle erected, and it was nice and beautiful, all the purples and blues and reds and everything dyed and all the gold and everything overlaid, you think they didn't sit back and take pride in their work? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You think they wasn't happy to do the service of the Lord? Like, man, I'm glad I did this. Even when I look at this school and I'm like, man, it's dope. It's coming along slow, right? But it's coming along. And I look back on every school that I've been a part of, from Colorado, here, Virginia. I look back at all that, even now Rochester, right? They all started with just a canvas, a vacant, cold building, and brothers huddled around in the building like, this is it. This is what we got to do. This is what we got to, the vision, right? And then what? It turned into this. and then it's going to get better, and it's going to get better through time. You think there's not a sense of pride there? Hell yeah. Because this actually matters. I don't take pride. I never took pride in going to work for some damn Edomite job. I never did. And I had some good ones. I had some good ones, but I didn't take pride in that. I knew that wasn't where it was at. Like, I was going to really benefit. It was for the time, made a little money. Money's gone. It had some few experiences. And I look at the silver lining that, man, even in all those jobs, I was able to show people the Bible. There's brothers now that I met in jobs that are in the truth now. Yeah. That I showed them the scriptures, and they're in the truth now. That was years ago.
Yeah, me too. Actually.
Yeah. So, there's something to be said about that. That's the glory, not oh, because I work for this corporation or this company or held this position. None of that mattered. None of that mattered. The Most High gave me that for the time, and then it was gone. But where am I now? Where are we now? What are we supposed to be doing now? So let's jump back.
Exodus chapter 36, verse 7. For the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, scarlet, with cherubims. Of cunning work he of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all
So
of
a
one
cubit,
size.
wasn't a cubit the forearm?
Yes.
So imagine 28 forearms. That's how long the curtain was.
Wow, man.
It was the one curtain was the width of 4 of my forearms. So think about this. The time it took to do that. They were weaving linen together by hand. It wasn't like, oh, they was in a factory putting together curtains. Yeah, and sewing machine. They had spindles to stretch out the hair, the goat's hair and all that stuff, to stretch it out so it could be weaved, right? Because you needed a spindle to get all that stuff together and then string it out. Now, you guys got to go and look at these documentaries on, I forget what it's called again already, Business Insider or something like that, and they're showing like the ancient technique of how people spin silk not from the silkworm. It's the silk from the plant. What plant is it that gives the silk? Jesus. Plant's almost extinct. The lotus silk. That's what it is. It's lotus. You cut the plant, and the silk comes from the bottom of the plant. And it's this delicate process of cutting it, pulling it, and then, they're on a table, they spoon, and then they got to keep doing that to get this silk out. You're talking about, it'll take them 2 years just to make a shirt. Yeah. Yeah, because you're doing it all by hand. There's no machine that's doing this. Now there's machines that can do it, but the ancient way to do it by hand, because you get the best quality, but the silk is so delicate. The machines, you know what I'm saying, are not calibrated to be able to do that delicate work, that cunning work that it says, that cunning work. There was a level of delicacy and a level of intricacy that was needed. Even in this time, there was no machine that was doing that.
Yeah.
This was all by hand. So think about the time that it took, the patience. Think about the love and the care that you have to have in you to sit back and not just bring the materials, but now work with those materials. So it couldn't be about yourself. Well, my kids and my husband and all that. It had to be about, let me get this job done. One curtain could have took days and weeks. It don't say how long it took. But you're weaving all that by hand. You're weaving gold into things. You got 30-foot curtains. The temple wasn't small. It was high. You got 30-foot curtains, man. 60-foot curtains, right? How much is 28 cubits? It said 28 cubits, right? How much is 28 cubits in feet? How many feet are a cubit? 1 cubit is at 1.5 feet. Yeah, so you're talking about 30 feet, man, approximate 30 feet cubit, 30 feet tall curtains. Somebody had to put together by hand. Somebody had to have 30-foot long goat skins for the outside of the tabernacle. Somebody had to dye those red. Think about that. Somebody had to sit there and dye ram skin red for it to beautify the outside of the temple and also act as a cold barrier. These things took time to weave all, like, there's no 30-foot goats. I mean, goats are fairly small animals. When you skin them and you get the skin, you get a hide. A hide will probably go, one goat hide will probably go from here to maybe about here.
Yeah.
What's that, 3 feet? If that, maybe 2. Goats are small. So you have to get that hide set up, weave them all together, dye them, sturdy enough to be able to hang. I mean, it took time, right? So you have to dedicate not just the material, but now your time. This is very important. I wish it gave a time frame on how long these things took so we could really get an understanding. And then the cold part is this. And I know we skipped it, but once it was all built, and the Most High said, hey, break it all down. Go over there.
Wow.
And then somebody had to get the ram skin, somebody had to get the curtain, somebody had to get the staves, somebody had to get the all the instruments of the table, you know, the horn, somebody had to get the menorah, somebody had to get all the incense, right? Somebody had to carry the ark, right? There was different offices for all these different pieces, right? Then you walk it all to the next location. Now put it back together. Damn. I've been walking for a week. We've been walking for days, and now we got to put it together. Yep. And then you might sit at a place for a few days, break it down. Oh, damn, the chariots is moving.
Yep.
Oh, like it wasn't on our time. It was on the Most High's time. So if you wanted to break it down that same day and put it up that same day and then break it down again, guess what you had to do? Yeah, you couldn't complain. Well, you could have. You saw what happened to them. That's what they was complaining about. That's what they was murmuring on. It wasn't just food, it was work. Yeah, we got to break this thing down again. How many times we gonna have to break this down? Yeah, how come we can't just stay here? Man, that's so much work. Man, y'all always working. Man, y'all always doing something. Man, how come y'all don't just chill and have a vacation?
It's true.
Right? Think about the work, and then you couldn't just leave pieces behind. Oh, damn, Salaki, I forgot that. It wasn't an extension cord for street speaking, for the mics. You couldn't forget the curtains. You couldn't forget the ram skins. Y'all would freeze at night. Couldn't forget the curtains because when you roll the ram skins up, that linen kept the air flowing through the tabernacle. You damn burn up in there. Every piece had a reason. You couldn't just you know what, Salakia, I left that down in Merari, and y'all all the way in damn Kadesh Barnea somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, you couldn't just forget stuff and then, we're going to have to send a brother back. No, you had to be on top of your job. In the moment, you couldn't just forget. Salak. Israel loved to salak everything. I'm sorry, excuse me. No, just be on top of your job. You couldn't make excuses. This was the temple. This was the tabernacle that we were building. It was a no excuse. Everybody got to be accountable zone. Either you were putting in material, either you were putting together material, or you was breaking down material, or you were carrying material. Who you want to be? You had to be something. You couldn't be I can't lift anything. I'm not a skilled worksman. I have nothing to offer. I just want to be here. You couldn't be that guy. You couldn't be that guy. Come on, man, let's read. Y'all. Y'all ain't messing with me. Let's read.
Exodus
Get him out of
chapter
here.
13, verse 10. And he coupled,
Y'all just laughing at me now.
and he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the covenant.
Where you at?
Verse 11,
Of 35?
36.
36. Oh, wow.
Likewise, he made in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the 7. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain, which was in the coupling of the second. Wow.
Yeah, so the curtain, you know how you have those curtains that have like the little holes in them? And you can run a rod right through them, or a stave, we call them.
Right.
That's what he had to do. They made 50 loops in one curtain for it to be held up. It wasn't 49, it wasn't 48, it wasn't how many he wanted. It was 50. 50 because it had to be sturdy enough to hold that weight, but it also had to be, it was about strength. It was about when you put that stave through it, the curtain didn't start ripping apart. I mean, and that's what the Most High wanted. He wanted 50. That's what he told Moses. That's what Moses told these men. That's what these men ordered the other men that were there, men and women. Go ahead.
Verse 12, last precept. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 taches of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the taches. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains.
So you see that? So what it was all the curtains were joined together.
Right.
So remember, the tabernacle was like a big square, and curtain. Then obviously in one part you had a doorway, so you probably had curtains that came to the doorway, but they were able to retract, boom. But also think about it, it's almost like an accordion style type of thing. Imagine an accordion and you stretch it out, right? But didn't this make it easier to keep all the curtains, to keep track of the curtains? You brought down the curtains and you forgot one half of the curtain somewhere. You weren't able to do that. Why? Because they were all connected. So you just pushed them all together. A couple of men rolled them up, or however they did them, and now you got all the curtains together.
Right.
So it was a good functional way to do things. But if you didn't do it like that, if you decided like, man, I don't feel like connecting these, I'm gonna leave the back ones unconnected from the sides. You break it down and then you leave, and some dodo bird forgot the back curtains. What were you gonna say? Like, we forgot you gotta remake them or go back? Or no, you know what it was? Just wait for y'all to make the circle back into that same spot y'all gonna come from. And you can get the curtains then. Until then, your ass is gonna burn.
Wow.
Right? But Most High was preventing us from that, man. So you gotta see the building of it was very, very functional for it to be broken down and moved quickly. Go ahead. Taches.
Exodus chapter 36, verse 14. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves.
Exodus 36. Where'd you end at?
That was Exodus chapter 36, and that was 16,
Oh.
the last verse.
Right. What is it, next read?
Yeah.
Any questions? 50 loops. So, detaches. A knob, or be laying thin from its swelling. Attach a knob of gold to connect them.
Shabbat Shal Yehoda, Banya Sha'ala, Israel, Amal, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat.
Yeah, buddy. Had to get to bed earlier. Insane. I don't know what I be doing, man. Trying to watch all the news stories. The news be killing me. Just stay up watching the news all damn night. I gotta, yeah.
I know.
It's terrible. I should be asleep. Yep, where we at?
Exodus chapter 36, verse 17. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loop made he upon the edge of the curtain which coupleth the second. And he made 50 latches of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tents of ram skins dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that.
Right, badger skins, not badger like the water animal, right? Badger's a water animal, right?
Yeah.
Right.
They're like beavers.
Like beavers, right? Not beavers. We didn't deal with any unlawful animals on the temple. Even the dye that we used to dye the ram skin was beetles. Carmine beetles, at that time, that was what they used to dye things red. All manner of beetles were lawful to use on your garment and to eat. The badger, right, was just a deer or an antelope. That was another name that they had for those animals, a deer or an antelope. You can look it up. Yeah, but we weren't using any unlawful animals. No dolphin skins. None of that stuff. Everything was lawful. Go ahead.
Verse 20. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood.
Right. What verse you on? 20?
Verse 20.
Shittim wood. And man, I've been meaning to go over this class about the different types of wood that they had us use. There was a reason why he used shittim wood, because of the properties. If I'm not mistaken, shittim wood wasn't easily warped by water. It was a lot stronger than like a pine. I know cedar wood had there was cedar wood inside. Cedar had bacterial properties. Yeah, it was a bug repellent, right? Cedar would repel bugs. So the different woods was for the different strength and the different properties that the wood had. Even the ark of Noah's ark was made out of what? Gopher wood, because that wouldn't warp in the water. It didn't warp under the water. You know, wood will warp when it sits in water for a long time. Yeah, so the different wood, watch. I started putting this class together about the different woods that the Most High had us use. S-H-I-T-T. What? I-M? Yeah. Shittim wood. Just different properties. Wood of the Chpt tree. Right, it's hard, heavy, and dense. Well, you could, here it is, characteristics. Check this out. Ark of the Covenant, Tabernacle, shit, what is also. Yeah, it was a heavy, hard wood that could withstand the different climates that it was put in. Climatic variations. You see that? So it was good for exterior building. And when you looked at the tabernacle was like an indoor-outdoor type of space, where when they retracted those ram skins, you had the linen curtains, and you had breeze that just flowed, right? Because it got hot. But in the nighttime, it got cold, and the ram skins would lay down, and it'd be more like an indoor space. But that wood would be exposed in some aspects if it wasn't overlaid with the gold. So it was able to withstand different climate. Cold, again, wood will warp under different circumstances. They said it's the hardest of all hardwoods. So this was the hardest wood you can get. You see that? So now we understand why the Most High chose it. He wanted durability for the temple, for the tabernacle. Remember, it had to be broken down, it had to travel, then it had to be reared back up. So the pieces that we use, they have to be durable. They have to go through that 40 years of walking and building it back up and tearing it back down. I think that's what we forget every time. And the Most High told us to go here and go here. The temple went with us. You don't really read it like, oh, they brought down the temple today and then they walked it and they rewritten. You don't read it, but the temple went with us. It had to be broken down, so it had to be durable. It had to be durable, but it also had to be lightweight stuff that we could carry. It couldn't be, steel beams that we put on oxes and asses. They would die. You see that? So again, there's a lot out in that wilderness, man. You begging for Egypt, and look what that wilderness was about. Read on.
Verse 20. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, and 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards, and 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle and the 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath, and coupled together at the head thereof, to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners.
Right, so if you understand what's going on, the boards and the sockets, those are the pillars. The sockets are pillars, or a foundation to sit the boards in. You had the boards put together, they went up, right? So it's no different than any building. You need pillars on the corners, maybe one in the middle, right? Pillar, four corners, and then that's how the roofing and all that stuff was laid down, right? It was like what do they call them? Like a barnacle? What are those, barnacles?
Like a circus tent?
Something like that. I would say like a barnacle. You know what those are?
No.
It's like the steel barns that they use for industrial buildings. You ever see those? They got the pillars, they got the roof. It's all steel. We just have wood. Wood and animal fur to keep us warm, keep us cozy. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle. Verse 32. And 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle to the side westward.
So you had the wood, and you had shittim wood that connected the pillars to keep them in line, and they were grounded in silver. That's what it's saying. I'm just looking up like socket, and I looked up socket, and it just tells you a socket is a base or pedestal of gold in which marble pillars were set. Pedestals of earth, foundation of the earth. Pedestals of brass or sockets in which tabernacle stood. Go ahead. Or foundation or a socket. Go ahead.
Verse 33. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen.
So if you could just imagine 5 pillars, and you got shittim wood that are gold, and they cut through the pillars a little bit and sent those bars of gold through. So it made like a frame. That's where you were able to hang your curtains and stuff. Y'all get it?
Golden.
It was gold in there. It wasn't like some shabby wooden barn getting ready to burn down and fall apart. No. Like, it wasn't shabby. That's the one thing. The Most High didn't deal with haphazard, just throw anything together. The wood was overlaid with gold. So it wasn't going to rot. You couldn't have, the termites. Remember, there was bugs and the elements out there, so we couldn't let the tabernacle fall because we had termite infestation. That wouldn't make sense, right? So the Most High said, okay, I got a way to fix that. Get some real hard wood, overlay it with gold. It's going to make it strong. It's going to reinforce it, and it's going to make it look good. Imagine if you could rip these walls off and see gold inside the walls. A golden frame of wood. That's what it was. Then he just covered it over with the curtains on one side, and he covered it over with the ram skins on the other side. Very simple, basic building, but it wasn't so basic. Go ahead.
He made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen. With cherubims made he it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made an hanging for the tabernacle door of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of needlework.
Of needlework. They were hand stitching. Go ahead.
And the 5 pillars of it with their hooks, and he overlaid their chapters and their fillets with gold. But their 5 sockets were of brass.
Right, the chapters. See, now he's talking about the roof. So you have 5 things of shittim wood. He made sockets, and the chapters, that's the roof. So he made a roof for the tabernacle so that all the things can lay on top of it and drape down from the outside. So this was again, it wasn't just some throw together tent, right? This was actually, think about it. Moses stood 40 days getting the instruction on how to build this, getting the instruction and then seeing it built. You see that? Yeah. So it wasn't something that was just some basic tent that you built that we took out there to tabernacles that we still couldn't put together. We was all struggling. You didn't know how to build a tent, and you was out there in tabernacles, you would have froze to death because it wasn't easy putting them tents together without instructions. Bruh.
This is the tent builder right here, actually.
Oh, really? Yeah, he is the one. Yeah, I think you got mine together.
One of them, we would have been done during tabernacle.
Yeah. Him and Nagaha,
Yeah.
because he knows about the tents. But yeah, they're easy to even put together the tents that are already put together. So imagine this one. You know, it wasn't so easy, but it wasn't super hard either. You just have to follow instructions. Read on.
Chapter 37, verse 1. But Bezaleel made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and 1.5 cubits the breadth of it, and 1.5 cubits the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it.
Right, so now it's going to go into the Ark of the Covenant, the dimensions, how it was built. They put the staves to be able to carry it. Those rings, they put 4 rings, boom, boom, staves, and men carried it on their shoulders, or they were able to put it on a cart. You couldn't touch that ark if you was not ordained to touch that ark. Go ask Uzzah. Right? Go ask him when you see him. When you see it, when you see him in the spiritual realm, ask him. He'll tell you.
Yeah, let it fall.
Right, next time he's gonna let it fall. Right? Like the egg.
Like that.
Elijah, Shabbat, Yashikad,
Shaw, Yashkar, Ban Yashar Allah, and the Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatah. Let it fall, baby. Sir.
The temple, the way it's being, when you read it, it's kind of similar whenever Solomon built the temple with during when he was building the temple with the kingdom.
Yeah.
I was listening to that today, so.
Yeah, you got wood, overlaid it with gold. His was a little bit more detailed and a little bit more modern, obviously.
Kind of.
Right? But yeah, he followed the pattern of Moses.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, even when you read in Ezekiel, and Ezekiel was taking you through the temple and the building and all that stuff, it was the same. It was from the same pattern that Moses got. So it just showed you, I'm the Most High, I changed not.
Right.
Right? He wasn't going to even in the kingdom, that temple is going to be the same.
Right.
Right? It's just going to be more modern. Right? More modernized, and that's really what it's going to be. It's just going to look more modern. But yeah, Solomon, I mean, look how long it took Solomon to build his.
Right.
7 years to build that temple.
Right.
That thing was crazy. You know how much gold? Solomon put gold on everything though. He
did.
I said he made silver like dirt, gold like dirt in his kingdom. It was like sand. Come on, he had golden shields, right? He had gold in everything. What are you gonna do with a gold shield? Well, you can have a gold shield when you ain't at war.
It's true.
It's the softest metal. It's one of the softest metals. Why would you make a shield out of that? To show, like, we ain't going to war, so we don't need brass. Brass was a little bit more sturdy. But what you need with a gold shield? So, you know, Solomon was able to do things on a high level because of the abundance, because of the ties he had, because of his father. So all those men that Solomon dealt with outside of Jerusalem was the relationships that David built.
Right.
You see that? So, but yeah, right to your point, built it the same way. Yeah, absolutely right. Where we at?
Exodus chapter 37, verse 4. And he made staves of shittim wood and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubim of gold beaten out of 1 piece, made he them on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on the end of this side, and another cherub on the other end on that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof, and the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their face one to another, even to the mercy seat were the face of the cherubims. And he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and a
So imagine, 2.5 cubits. It's about from here to here, right? Length. That's how long it was. So imagine. It said he made cherubims out of gold, beaten gold. So imagine 1 piece of gold. They beat it out to where it was about 1.5 cubits to make the cherubim, right? With the wings going. It came like this, and the wings met in the middle. So, or about right here. So imagine beating out gold. To 1 piece of gold they beat out to make these objects. You know how long that takes? That takes many, many, many times in the furnace. And then you look at it and you gotta say, I mean, you ever see people work with gold and work with, I was watching them make the Cuban link chains that everybody is running after now.
I saw that too.
Bro, that takes a week, they were saying, or something like that. And it's like 7 people doing that. Just to make one little measly chain that goes, that's one little skinny chain. They're building whole angels out of gold. One piece of gold, and you beating that gold with your anvil and with your chisel. The work, the intricacy that it took. Again, a lot of patience, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of giving yourself to that job. Y'all see this? Besides, what else was there? It wasn't like you had to go to work. But you know, the crazy part is the ones that didn't want to do this, they wanted to go back to Egypt. They'd rather go slave in Egypt than do this work. Yeah, man, it was crazy. You think about it. You had some that, why are we here? Why are we not in Egypt? We could be back there doing better. But all you had to do was just do what you were good at. You're a goldsmith, work with the gold. You're a silver guy, work with the silver. You're a guy with brass and metals, work with that. Some of them wanted to go make brick. Anyway, read.
And a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof, and he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of an handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers to cover withal of pure gold. And he made the candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work made he the candlestick, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers were of the same, and 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side thereof, 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, and a knob, and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knob, and a flower, so throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlestick. And in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knob and his flowers, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, and a knob under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knobs and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his...
So that was, what verse are you at?
23,
Of what chapter?
chapter 37.
Right, so that was talking about the candlestick, right? That was all one piece. That was all one piece. It was about 75 pounds of pure gold. Just think about that.
A giant one of those.
Basically, a giant menorah,
Oh, man.
all one piece, and it wasn't just like some slapped together metal that they smashed up with a hammer. It had intricate. It's telling you, it had It looked like almonds and knobs and flowers. They had flowers on the menorah.
Yeah.
To know it was a flower, it had to have some intricate detail.
Branches.
And branches, the branches were obviously the menorah, the parts that go from the base. Those are the branches, but in those branches, you had a knot, and then you had a flower, and you had this and that. Why? Because it wasn't just about just throwing some stuff together. There was intricacy involved. Think about it. One brought it up last week. If Aaron can carve out a golden calf with an engraving tool and put that much spirit into that, why not do it for the Most High? You see that? Aaron put all that engraving skill into a calf, and he had it mooing and all. Right? Looking like the bluebell cow. Right? So you mean to tell me that we couldn't beautify the Most High on the opposite end? Of course we could. It was just, what effort are you putting it in towards what? The same energy you use on the left side, you better be able to use it on the right side. The same way you celebrated Christmas, you better come to Purim that way and Hanukkah that way. The same way you was doing Easter, right? Remember when you you got that Easter unit? Remember that unit you got for Easter, that Easter suit? Right? You went, got your annihilated gators, got your nice little pinstripes. Right? You went and you spent money, you saved up for that. I'm about to go kill him on Easter Sunday. Right? Get your garment money in. Get your garment money in for your garment. Right? Get that together, put that same effort. It's showing us here, man, that if you put the effort in, things can be done the right way. And real quick, just on the cubit thing. So yeah, I was measuring, we measure a cubit 1.5.
Yeah.
You were saying, one was saying, we used the Mesopotamian cubit, which was a little bit bigger. It was 2 feet. So each cubit was 2 feet. That's even bigger. So imagine the work. It was just showing that we had to do more work.
God.
Things were bigger than what was measured down the line. So the Ark of the Covenant said it was 2.5 cubits, 4.5 feet long. It was 2.5 cubits. Each cubit.
2.5 cubits, that means 5 cubits. 5
Right, 5 feet in length. The mercy seat, all those different things, they were a little bit bigger. So, yeah, I mean, it just goes to show the work that was being done on a larger scale. So remember that, 2 cubits, 1 cubit equal 2 feet. Just about. All right? Go ahead, read on.
And his snuff finish of pure gold, of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessel thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood, and length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with pure gold, and the top of it, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about, and he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown
So
thereof.
wait, so think about this. And he made there was an altar for incense. Right? There was an altar for incense, so that was 2 feet. Right? The length was a cubit, the breadth a cubit, and it was 4 squares. 2 cubits was the height of it, the horn. Right, so there was an incense altar. That was about 2 feet in diameter, height, width, all those different things. So, I mean, just think about that. We were making all types of different instruments to do the service of the Most High. So we wasn't burning incense on a small scale. We had a whole incense altar. Think about that. Yeah, think about what was the amount of smell that was going up. The amount of incense that was being burned. That's why people had to bring it in abundance. Because it wasn't just a few frankincense and myrrh rocks and then we called it a day. That incense didn't stop. the burning of the fire. Imagine how much firewood had to always constantly be brought to be burned. There was a burnt offering that the fire never was out. Imagine how much wood had to be brought every day. And not just brought daily, but it had to be stacked up on hand. There was somebody that had to feed that fire, but then wood had to keep coming in. It's little things like that that we don't think of. That stuff was being used daily around the clock. Oil for the lamps, daily around the clock. Olive oil, all those different things. So if you had an olive vineyard, you had to keep supplying. Go ahead, read.
By the two corners of it, upon their two sides thereof, to be places for their staves, to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary.
Oh, he's there? Where is that?
Oh, 28.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, according to the word. So if you had the skill of an apothecary, which is the blending of herbs and spices to make perfume, that's what you had to do. You couldn't opt out of that. Like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to be that. Well, you know why I like this? Because what is it showing? It's showing that whatever talent you came with, you were supposed to put that towards the building of the temple. It wasn't just money, sheets, curtains, linen. Right? Watch this. Go to 1 Corinthians 12:28. Read.
1 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 28. And the Most High has set some in the church.
Right.
First apostles.
So he had set some in the church. You had apostles. Go ahead.
Secondary, prophets.
You had prophets. Go ahead.
Thirdly, teachers.
You had teachers. There were three different types of man, three different types of people. The apostle and the teacher weren't the same, obviously. The prophet and the teacher weren't the same. One prophesied, one taught, and the apostles did what? They did their job, right? Go ahead.
After that, miracles.
After there were some that performed miracles, read.
Then gifts of healing.
There were some that had gifts of healing. Go ahead.
Helps.
There were what?
Helps.
What? Huh?
Helps.
Right. There were this men that helped those men. Right? They were just a help. I'm just a helper to the healer.
Yeah.
I'm just a helper to the apostle. I'm a teacher's aid. Right? Or whatever needs to be helped in the temple or in the church. What y'all need help with? Well, we need help with water. Okay. You're going to be the water guy. Right? You're going to be not Adam Sandler, but you're going to be the water man. Right? You're going to be the man in charge of the H2O. Right? We need help with this. We need help with that. Okay, that's your office. Stick to it. That's your thing. Stick to it. That's what you do. Stick to it. Go ahead.
Governments.
Right?
Diversities of tongues.
Read. So you think about it, you had men that were in the government. You had men that spoke other languages. Read. And women. Read.
Are all apostles?
Huh?
Are all apostles?
Go ahead.
Are all prophets?
No, they're not, because he just said it. He gave some for that, some for this, some for this. Read.
Are all teachers?
Right, are all apothecaries? No, but if you were, do your job.
Right.
Right?
God.
You couldn't start out as the apostle and then fade back like, nah, I don't want to be apostle no more. I ain't feeling this job. Man, I know I'm supposed to be a teacher, but I'm going to have to fall back and reevaluate my life and pray on it. I'm going to pray on it because I know y'all want me to be a teacher and all, but man, look, I'm going to let the Spirit guide me. The Spirit already guided you. He already guided you to what you were supposed to be doing because you started out doing it. The one thing that irks me is when brothers sisters start out doing one thing, and then all of a sudden come to the epiphany. Let me reevaluate my life to make sure that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. You can't go from apostle to help.
It's true.
You can't go from teacher to help. You can't downgrade yourself like that because you feel like you want to. Like that's like that's like me saying, you know what, Akim, I'm gonna devote myself to an officer of 50. Right? Because I prayed on it and the Spirit spoke to me and
It's just not working out.
it's just not working out for me right now. So I don't know what y'all gonna do, but I'm a soldier.
Trooper.
I'm going back to member. It does not work like that. You can't start out on one path and then because of what you lack in vision or what you don't see, you want to switch up your path. He said he gave some for apostles, some for teachers, some for help, some for government, some for being able to talk different languages. Go ahead.
Are all workers of
Are
miracles?
all apostles? No, but if you're an apostle, stick to it. Is all workers of miracles? No, but don't be mad at the ones that's working miracles. Do your damn job. Read.
Have all the gifts of healing?
Come on.
Do all speak with tongues?
Read.
Do all interpret?
Come on.
But covet earnestly the best
He
gifts.
said do what?
But covet earnestly the best gifts.
But how can you covet the best gift when you want to give yours up? Doesn't quite make sense, right?
That's why y'all spoke on burying your talent.
Burying your talents. If you start out one way, continue in that way. Don't remove your hand from the plow to now I'm going to plow a different way. Like this, this plow is just so heavy that, I got to go. I know I was in the field, but now I got to just be in the house doing the dishes. Well, you better stay in that field. Take that, son. Do that work. But remember, he set us up in these different offices for a reason. Because the diversity allowed for, there's literally an equality there when you look at it. Because if I can do what I can do and he does what he does, he may not be able to do what I can do. But does that mean that he can't? No, it doesn't mean. That means that he's supposed to come to me and sit back and learn. How do I do what you're doing, but add on to what I'm doing? Not retract from what I'm doing. Like the helps. The helps were the one that's supposed to sit back and say, oh, damn, how do I move up from being a help to now being the apostle, now being the translator? I know I'm the teacher's aide, but how do I become the teacher? But then another part of it is, if you were to help, be the help. You can't dictate how you help. Right? Well, if you're the aide to the teacher and the teacher says, I need you to grab me these 4 books. Well, why I got to grab the books? Well, because you're the damn help. Right? I mean, doesn't it make sense? If you set yourself in a position, or if the Most High puts you in a position to be the apothecary, why would you be mad? Because you ain't the priest. You got the apothecary skills. You're not a Levite. Or you might be a Levite, but we don't want you to be doing the sacrifice or doing the praying. We want you to put together the perfume because that's what you're good at. Is it still not needed? Is it a lower level?
It's definitely still needed.
Hell yeah, it's needed. That's one of the most intricate things in the temple, was putting together that perfume to anoint the people and the temple, to get it cleaned up. Right? Get all that disease up out of there. But if you're looking at your job and, well, I don't like that part. I don't like that. I don't feel like doing that. I should be doing something different. You're right. You can. But at least do the job that you were set up to do first before you want to go do something different. Show yourself faithful in what you can do. And then the Most High will open up those doors.
Okay, I think you might have answered it, but it was like the gifts that are named were like specialties, but they can be blended, like characteristics from one can kind of carry over to another, but your specialty is this.
Right. Yeah, you specialize in one thing, but that's why he said covet earnestly. That's why he ended it with covet earnestly the best gifts. Not, and then taking it into the talents, right? The one that had 5 talents. He might have had a specialty in one talent, but he was able to wear many hats. Jack of all trades, right? We wear many hats. I always joke, priest, husband, counselor, brother, chauffeur, what else? I said that, chauffeur, maid, dishwasher, sweep, mopper, cleaner, babysitter, carpenter, right? We wear many hats as men in the truth. You have to. You gotta be able to take care of your kids, take care of the temple, take care of yourself, take care of your rib, huh? Movers, right? Men yeah, you're a mechanic, you're a computer savvy, you're huh?
Cut your grass.
Yeah, you man, it's crazy. But what's our specialty? If you took all those things away, what do we gotta specialize in? The word. Being able to go and be a priest. That's the specialty. Everything else is secondary. You know how to cut grass, work on a car, hang pictures, and babysit all in one day. Yes, you can babysit your own kids. I hate when people say you can't babysit your own kids. You babysit your own kids, right? You do. It's on a different level. But y'all get the point, right? Oh, substitute teacher, tutor. I find that tutor, right? You're all motivator. We're all these different things. Sisters too. Come on. They ain't just the brothers and sisters too. Y'all wear many hats. Y'all are seamstress. Y'all are maids when you clean the school, right? Your wives, your mothers, your sisters, your daughter, like all these different things. You're a cook when you need to be. You're a counselor to your kids when you need to be. You're motivation when you need to be. You're the spirit in the house. Like
They're carpenters too.
you're carpenter. Like the sisters is the one that's been doing this. Y'all are carpenters. He's right. Many hats, but what's the specialty? Right. Yeah. Y'all are Bath and Body Works. Y'all are all that, right? But what's the specialty? The specialty is a wife, a sister, right? An example is those things, and then everything else is a branch off of those things. So yes, we're supposed to embody many talents, right? But at least be good at the one talent that you have first before you start looking over like, see, how come I can't do that? Did you master yours? Did you present yourself to do your talent first before you start looking and coveting somebody else's? That covetous could be bad. That covetousness could be bad even in that aspect if you're not doing your job first in the right way. You get that? Right. Let's jump back. How come the camera, is it me? Why does it look so cloudy? Look, there's no, like, you just look like a microphone. Is it me? I'm just saying, bro.
Nah, it looks.
Is it me?
I don't know.
It is like no type of. We gotta get a new camera. We gotta get some AC. You said what?
It's all the one that's going up.
Just make sure. I said that because of the hair. Microphone check. Good.
Black.
That too. But bro, we the same. Look.
No, we're not the same.
Oh, well, we are. Blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice.
Black is one.
It's blacker than you.
Okay, son.
I'm on Isaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yashirala.
I'm one night sorry, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ben Yashar, Ben of Israel, Ahmad. Right.
Yahweh Bashem Yahshah Brakatam.
How about Shem Yahushua Brakatah?
Hey, I only see teeth.
Bruh,
I only see like this,
you ain't that dark.
stop, this, and teeth.
It's the bad camera quality.
It's teeth.
Nah, it just looks, I don't know, it just looks different. It's dark. the contrast or something. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't, bruh.
Yeah, I'm not tripping.
Me neither. Like a berry, sweet the juice. Yeah. Why did she ask that? I don't know why she asked that.
And then,
Exodus. Exodus chapter 38 and verse 1. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof.
So that was 10 feet, right? That was a 10-foot altar. Go ahead.
And 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof.
So it's 6 feet high, 10 feet long, and 10 feet wide. It was burning up a lot of meat. 10 feet wide, 10 feet long, 6 feet high. Right? 3 cubits height. Yeah, that thing was as high as me. And 10 feet long. What is one of these? Dang, that thing was.
this is 16 feet.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big altar. You could say,
This is 8 right here, so it's like from that end to.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, basically from there to there, where his hand is, from the edge. You can't see the edge, but y'all can see it in class. That's how long it was, how wide it was. Then it was basically my height. Bro, because we was smoking them animals out. Bro, it was a lot of offering being offered. You couldn't cook on a little old char griller. The little old grills we got today, you'd be there offering, still getting through the offering from last week.
Oh.
At that pace, the way we had to sacrifice and offer. So it was a big altar. Go ahead.
Verse 2. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, and the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the fire pans, all the vessels thereof made he of brass. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network under the compass thereof beneath unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, to be places for the staves. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. And he made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it of brass, of the looking glass of the woman assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the courts on the south side southward of hanging. The courts were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, the hangings were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillers of silver. And for the west side were hanging of 50 cubits. Their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the east side, eastward 50 cubits. The hanging on the one side of the gate were 15 cubits. Their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gates, on this side and that hand, were hanging of 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And all the hangings of the court round about were of fine twined linen, and the sockets of the pillars were of brass. The hooks
Right,
of,
so this is the court, so this is not the actual tabernacle. Outside the tabernacle was a courtyard, so they made a border for the courtyard. So this is a whole other construct. So imagine this is, we go outside and it's bordered off roundabout. That's what it's talking about. So when it says 100 cubits, this is 200 feet in length, and what was the other one? 100 feet. Right, so it was like a long rectangle. The courtyard was a long rectangle. It was 200 feet in length, like a football field, right? You ever see the shape of a football field? That's the shape. Yeah. So that was the courtyard where people lined up to get into the temple.
Dang.
Yep. So you had a courtyard. Solomon did the same thing. He had a courtyard also. He had many courtyards, but he had a courtyard outside of the temple. Right? Go ahead.
the hooks of the pillars, and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of the chapters of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height and the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hanging of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4.
Right, so if you can really understand what's going on, you got the temple, you have that basin or that lever with the water, right, at the door of the tabernacle. And then you have, before that, you have the altar. The altar was outside. It had to be, because you couldn't have all that smoke and all that stuff inside the temple.
Oh, yeah.
So that was outside, right? So you would walk, give your offering, go to the temple or the tabernacle, do what you have to do, and then you exit out.
Wow.
But you have to get into this courtyard, so everything was cordoned off. So you had the temple, the water, the altar inside of this courtyard. Y'all get it?
Okay.
Yeah. And you can look, I mean, you can Google it. Just type in Exodus 38:12 and hit images, and it'll give you images of what it's talking about. You know, not saying that it's a completely an accurate depiction, but it gives you some idea of what was going on and how it was set up. And it seems pretty accurate. I mean, after you gave that offering, right, you had to go wash. You touching a dirty animal. Wash yourself before you walked up into that temple and did your prayers or whatever it was that you were going to do. Go ahead.
Their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of the chapters, and their fillets of silver, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and of the court round about were of brass. From there, we're going to be going to 2 Kings.
Why brass? Because brass, again, there's a difference with the brass, the gold, different properties. The altar was made of brass. I'm pretty sure that was to withstand heat. Brass and shittim wood. That was to withstand the heat that was going to come up off it. It was constantly burning. You put gold, what would happen? That gold will melt away after a time.
Yeah, brass is a heat conductor.
It's a heat conductor, see? Brass is a heat conductor, so it induces heat. It brings more heat, so it can withstand the temperatures where gold would just melt. Then your whole altar would burn up. You didn't want that. You'd have to constantly be rebuilding the altar. So go ahead.
From there, we go to 2 Kings chapter 11, verse 17.
This altar is crazy too. Like, man, 10 foot, 6 foot high. So if it was 6 foot high, there had to be a way for them to get up to the altar. There was a ramp. Yeah, there was a ramp. That's why it tells you. That's why the Most High told the priests to wear linen breeches. When they go up, they go to the altar, nobody could look up underneath their garment and see their manhood. So they wore. It tells you that. They wore linen breeches to not show their nakedness. Yeah, there was a lot of different things happening at that time. But go ahead.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 17. And Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people, that they should be the Lord's people.
Right, because you know you got to read this and you got to go back into it. But where you at? 1 Kings?
1 Kings chapter 11, verse 17.
Yeah, there was a lot of Baal worship. There was a lot of Baal worship at this time. If I'm not mistaken, what's this chick's name was? This chick was off, man. She was evil. Her name was 11. Huh? Yeah, she was going through and killing all. She was going through and killing all. I believe her son died or something like that. And then she went through and tried to kill all the heirs to the throne. And they hid one heir. Yeah. Right? They hid one heir to the throne for 6 years under her rule. She didn't know. When she found out, she got beside herself. You know, you got to kind of just read the story. But they were all worshiping Baal, these other gods. Go ahead.
Between the king, verse 17. I'll read it from the top.
Yep.
2 Kings chapter 11, verse 17.
Go ahead.
And Jehoiada made a covenant between the Lord and the king and the people.
Right, because he was the priest at that time. And basically what he did right before this, he got her killed. They killed her. He said, take her out of the court because they know blood going to be shed in here. Took her out. They killed her. And he said, anybody that follows behind her, kill them too. Right? So now that she's wiped out, they made this covenant back with the Lord to follow the Lord. You just got to read the story. You know, I don't be having all these stories off the top of my head because it's hard to retain every single piece of information. But if you just reread it, I got to reread it also. But just reread it when you get a chance to get the full spectrum of what's going on. The reading breaks it up to get to the point of the theme. So this is going to go into what? Obviously the temple. Go ahead.
That they should be the Lord's people.
Right.
Between the king also and the people.
Right.
And all the people of the land went into the house of Baal and break it down. His altars and his images break they in pieces thoroughly. And slew Matan, the priest of Baal, before the altars. Mm-hmm. And the priest appointed officers over the house of the Lord. And he took the rulers of hundreds and the captains and the guards and all the people of the land. And they brought down the king from the house of the Lord and came by the way of the gate of the guard to the king's house. And he sat on the throne of the kings. And all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was in quiet. And they slew Athaliah with the sword beside the king's house.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 21. Verse 21. 7 years old was Joash when he began to reign.
Right, because they hid him for 6 years from Athaliah. They hid him. Right with his nurse. It was him and his nurse. For 6 years they hid him. And then they anointed him king after they get rid of this woman. Go ahead.
Chapter 12, verse 1. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joash began to reign. And 40 years reigned he in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Zebiah of Beersheba. And Joash and Jehoash did that which was right in the sight of the Lord. All his days were in Jehoiada, the priest instructed him. But the high places were not taken away. The people still sacrificed and burnt incense in the high places.
See, and this was always the problem. They would go and break down the altars and decimate the little temples that were in the low places, but they wouldn't go up in them hills. They wouldn't go to these high places and break those down. And what did it do? It gave the people an opportunity to escape and go carry out worshiping these other gods. They didn't totally annihilate the places of worship. It just shows you, man, shows you how carnal it really is, that if there's no place to worship, the people won't. Right? But then if there is, they'll go hide and do it. It shows you how carnal it is. Like, even with us, like, do we need a place of worship to worship? Like, if there was no school, do we still gather? Yeah, we remember the time we had Passover in the house? Right. Remember we was having class from the house? When we had a school, that whole COVID thing, like, they lock us down, but we still doing class from the houses? Kazak in VA, he was doing class from the house. We were doing class from the house here. We had Passover in the house. They had Passover in VA. I think they were able to have it at the school because they weren't on such a strict movement like we were.
Yeah.
But just because ain't no place don't mean that you don't worship. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And Jehoash said to the priests, all the money of the dedicated things that is brought into the house of the Lord, even the money of every one that passeth the account, the money that every man is set at, and all the money that cometh into any man's heart to bring into the house of the Lord, let the priests take it to them, every man of his acquaintance, and let them repair the breaches of the house, wheresoever any breach shall be found.
So here we go again about restoring the temple. And this time the temple was destroyed, right? Or the house, or the priest's house destroyed. Why? Because nobody wanted to offer and care for it. It was all about Baal. So now we're reestablishing, Jehoash is reestablishing the people with the Most High. So let's fix up the places of worship. Any money that comes, y'all priests, take that and put it towards the house. Go ahead.
Verse 6. But it was so that in the 23 year of King Jehoash, the priests had not repaired the breaches of the house. Then King Jehoash called for Jehoiada, the priest, and the other priests, and said unto them, Why repair ye not the breaches of the house? Now therefore receive no more money of your acquaintance, but deliver it for the breaches of the house. And the priests consented to receive no more money of the people, neither to repair the breaches of the house. But Jehoiada the priest took a chest, and bored a hole in the lid of it, and set it beside the altar on the right side, as one cometh into the house of the Lord. And the priest that kept the door put therein all the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. And it was so, when they saw that there was much money in the chest, that the king's scribe and the high priest came up, and they brought up in bags and told the money that was found in the house of the Lord. And they gave the money being told into the hands of them that did the work, that had the oversight of the house of the Lord, and they laid it out to the carpenters and builders that wrought upon the house of the Lord, and to masons and hewers of stone, and to buy timber and hewed stone to repair the breaches of the house of the Lord, and for all that was laid out for the house to repair it. Howbeit there were not made for the house of the Lord bowls of silver, snuffers, basins, trumpets, any vessels of gold or vessels of silver of the money that was brought into the house of the Lord. But they gave that to the workmen, and repaired therewith the house of the Lord. Verse 15. Moreover, they reckoned not with the men, into whose hand they delivered the money to be bestowed on the workmen, for they dealt faithfully. The trespass money and sin money was not brought into the house of the Lord, it was the priests. Then Hazael, king of Assyria, went up and fought against Gath and took it. And Hazael set his face to go up to Jerusalem.
Right, so what is it showing? That, again, the same thing that happened with Moses. Remember, Moses is getting the offerings and all these different things to set up this tabernacle in the wilderness. Now we go further into time in the Kings, where the temple that was set up has to be fixed, repaired. How are we gonna get it repaired? Well, the people are gonna have to put their hand to that, right? They're gonna have to pay for it and then do the work. That's what happened. The priests didn't do it. They got men that knew how to do these things and paid them. Everybody get that? Right. I mean, again, you can read about Solomon's temple, the 7 years of building, and all the different, all the gold that was used, and all the different, the different work, the lily work, and all that different stuff that he did to beautify that temple. I mean, to 7 years to build anything that's insane. And it wasn't that he was short of workers or short of material. He had those things in abundance. It was just that's how intricate and immaculate it was. It took 14 years for him to build his own house. It wasn't because he was broke or he had to halt production, or or he ran out of material and things were too expensive. That's the detail that he put into it. Go from there, what, Matthews?
Yep, Matthew chapter 12, verse 1.
Any questions on Kings or on any of the readings so far?
Matthew chapter 12, verse 1. At that time, Yahushua went on the Sabbath day through the corn, and his disciples were in hunger, and began to pluck the ears of corn and to eat. But when the Pharisees saw it, they said unto him, Behold, thy disciples do that which is not lawful to do upon the Sabbath day. But he said unto them, Have ye not read what David did when he was an hungered, and they that were with him? How he entered into the house of the Most High.
Because that was unlawful. For David to even go up in there, he wasn't a priest.
Right.
That was unlawful. Go ahead.
And did eat the showbread.
And the showbread wasn't for nobody but the priests. Remember, it was David and about, what, 700 men?
Yeah.
Were they supposed to starve? Was the law about us dying and starving? Was the Sabbath, and that was on the Sabbath day also, that David did that. Was the Sabbath about us just sitting around and starving to death? This is what Yahushua was showing the Pharisees, that y'all are hypocrites. Which one of y'all gonna sit around and starve and there's showbread in front of you? Which one of y'all were gonna starve?
Wow.
Didn't you remember what David did? He took them all the way back in the time.
Sure did.
Did you remember what David did when he was in hunger, being a Jew, being a tribe of Judah, with all these other men, 700? Don't remember what he did? Who's that? Who is that one right there? Stop doing that. Don't do that. You hear me? You hear me? Don't do that. He was reminding them, don't you remember what David did? Why? Because if you want to look at it in a way of technicality, David didn't belong there taking the showbread. That was against the law. But was it against the law for a man to starve? Wasn't it? What was more important? A man starving or a man eating? What was more important? Plucking ears on the Sabbath or starving? You wouldn't be around to serve the Sabbath if you starved. Right? David wouldn't have been around to defend us from the Philistines if he died in that time. He wouldn't have been no savior to Israel. There would be no Solomon. Like, a lot of things wouldn't transpire if David would have starved to death at that moment. Remember, he took the showbread, and what else did he take? Took a sword that he took Goliath's sword. Those are the only two things there at the temple. And Saul was upset about that, but he needed that sword. Right? Go ahead, read.
Which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for them which were with him, but only for the priests.
Now, again, is the law about starving? Is the Sabbath about starving? No, it wasn't. The Sabbath wasn't created for you to suffer. That's the thing. But that's why the fake Jews will burn themselves down. Suffering. Talking about they can't eat, they can't drink, they can't breathe, they can't move. So you pee on yourself? You don't go to the restroom?
Yeah.
Is that what they do? I don't know.
Wow.
You don't flush the toilet? That's work. Just to walk to the bathroom is work. So you don't do the things that you need to do. You're not a slave. He was showing you're not supposed to be a slave to this day. This day was created for you to take enjoyment with each other. They looking at them breaking off corn and not seeing that. Wait a minute. At least they're together. At least they're together, walking together in unity. What are y'all doing? Spying? Why ain't y'all in the temple teaching, learning? See that? Go ahead.
Verse 5. Or have you not read in the law how that on the Sabbath days the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath?
Wait, they do what?
Profane the Sabbath.
How do they profane the Sabbath? Oh my gosh. How did they profane the Sabbath? Kwanzaa, you may ask. Well, they shed that blood. They lift those animals. They do work. They get their garments dirty. They get the whole temple bloody. And then, you know what they do? They leave it there until tomorrow. Nah, bro. When they're done, somebody walks in, a whole other set of priests, of Levites, they walk in and clean.
Yeah.
Because you had a whole family of Levites that were responsible for cleaning up after the slaughter was made. After all that blood and all that sprinkling 7 times and do all that, somebody had to clean the vessels. Somebody had to clean up all the incense holder and clean all that stuff up. How else did animals get up to a 6-foot altar? Woo! How else did animals get up there? Did they just, bam, they in there? Hell no, they had to do what? Slit his throat, drain the blood, quarter the animal up into the right pieces. These are the pieces we don't eat. Burnt offering goes on this side, sacrifice goes on this side. Head, feet, legs, all that, burnt offering, right? All the parts that we gonna deal with, eat this side. It had to be set up the right way. Somebody had to carry it up that altar. Right? Or did it just walk itself? No, it didn't. Them animals wasn't trying to get slaughtered. You had to drag. Some of them walked and some of them had to get drug up there, but it still was work. Still was work to get that animal to stand there for those hours waiting in line to bring your sacrifice. It was work on the Sabbath. It was work on the first day, the second day, the third day, but mainly on the Sabbath. You still had to do it. Yeah. That burnt offering never stopped. That fire never went out. We were always offering. That was work. That was considered profaning the Sabbath. Go ahead.
And are blameless.
And are what?
And are blameless.
Right, because was it about not doing the sacrifice or sacrificing for the sins and getting people right with the Most High? What was it about? Well, today's a Sabbath. I can't do no work.
Can't help it.
But I know that y'all need some sacrifice and y'all need some intermediate work. I know y'all need me to step in the middle, but it's the Sabbath, so your sins gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Your sacrifice gonna have to wait till tomorrow. The burnt offering gonna have to. Hopefully it keeps burning. Somebody have to keep firing that wood up. That's work. So you mean to tell me that? You mean to tell me that if you on the Sabbath day spilt water on your floor, you just left it? Or did you not mop that up so somebody wouldn't break a leg? Yeah, you mop that up. But see, the mind is like, well, we don't do no work, so you can't do anything. So the Most High intended for you to break a leg on the Sabbath by spilling water, leaving it, and then hoping that somebody sees it because you in the closet. Somebody breaks a leg and it's like, oh, see, the Sabbath did that. The Sabbath made me do it. I'm sorry, I didn't clean it up because it was the Sabbath. And can't do no work on the Sabbath, yo. Just think about it, like it doesn't make because people become a slave and not looking at things practically. The practical use of the Sabbath was for you, yes, to get that rest and to ease yourself from your burden, but it wasn't for you to spill milk, leave it, and then have somebody else burdened under your stupidity.
I had a heart attack. I hope my rib would say, "Oh, I call the ambulance."
Yeah, I would
I
hope.
would hope she would say, "It's the Saturday, dear. You gotta
tough it out, right? It's a Saturday, babe. You gotta tough it out."
I'll be looking at the ceiling fan.
What happens when you were? What happens when you were born? What happens when you were born and on the 8th day you had to get circumcised and it was a Sabbath? Did you not just get circumcised? They went and got circumcised, but see, Yahweh Shai was showing them how hypocritical they were. Which one of you was not going to follow the 8th day circumcision? It's the law. And you see how you break one law to fulfill another. You rest in the law, but you break the law trying to fulfill the law. Because not that you're breaking the law, it's that your understanding of the law is wrong. The Pharisees' understanding of the law, the letter of the law was wrong. Even their letter of the law was wrong. Why you walking through the field with us? You supposed to be sitting at home. Right? That's work. To walk and follow us, that's work. Why you with us for? Why you ain't in the temple learning, teaching? Why you not at home? Why you not doing what you think the Sabbath is, but you're following us? So now I got to remind you of all these different things that was going on in these different Sabbath instances. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 6. But I say unto you that in this place is one greater than the temple.
Is one greater than the temple? Is it not about the man? Or is it about the temple? Go ahead.
Verse 7. But if ye had known what this meaneth, I will have mercy and not sacrifice, ye would not have condemned the guiltless.
See, the guiltless, there's no guilt there. Me?
Yes, sir.
Matthew 12:8. For the Son of Man is the Lord even of the Sabbath day. And when he was departed thence, he went into their synagogue. He went into their synagogue. And behold, there was a man. See, he went in there to show them, now I'm going to put into play what I just spoke to you, because y'all are slow. Because they were slow. They were slow. So he went in and said, okay, I'm going to show you how slow you are. This is where y'all's thinking is. That it's about a day and not about the people servicing the day, or the day servicing the people. Ain't going to be no people around to follow the day if you don't look at the people. So watch. And behold, there was a man which had his hand withered. And they asked him, saying, is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath days? That they might accuse him. And he said unto them, what man? So now he checked them. He went right into their pockets. But that's all the Pharisees were about. What man shall there be among you that shall have one sheep? And if it fall into a pit on the Sabbath day, will he not lay hold on it and lift it out? Woo! I mean, bruh. Come on, that's a killer right there, because these dudes had thousands of sheep. He said, which one of y'all having one sheep lost ain't gonna go dig that sheep out no matter what day it is? No matter what day it is, you're gonna dig that sheep. You're gonna dig him out of a pit. You're gonna save his life. You're gonna put your hand and lift him out. Hee-ho, hee-ho, hee-ho. To save that one little representation of your bank account. That's my money. I can't lose not one. Right? Which one of you? How much then is a man better than a sheep? Wherefore is it lawful to do well on the Sabbath days? Because what he was showing them was that if you lost your sheep on the Sabbath and you saved your own economy, was that a bad thing? No, it wasn't. It wasn't a bad thing, but don't be hypocritical and sit there and accuse other people of doing something that you know damn well you're going to do yourself.
There you go.
Don't be a hypocrite. It wasn't wrong for you to save your sheep. Right? It would be cruel first of all, it's cruelty to leave the animal in a pit. Could have broken leg, broken foot. You ain't gonna leave the animal there. You're gonna leave it to what? Dehydrate and starve until the sun goes down? It wouldn't be no use when you got it out anyway. Right? So you wouldn't be cruel to the animals. And then you weren't going to let yourself go into ruins, because that's not what the Sabbath was created for. It wasn't created for you to go into ruins and be broken down, and then what you gonna do? What are you gonna blame? Who are you gonna blame after you go into ruins? The Most High.
That's true.
You're gonna blame the Sabbath. That wasn't the intent. But they missed the point, and they became hypocritical. Well, y'all can't do nothing on the Sabbath. Y'all can't do nothing. See, why y'all eating? Why y'all picking corn? But if your sheep fell in, wouldn't you go get it? If you were sick, wouldn't you want to be healed on that day, no matter what day it was?
Absolutely.
Or you gonna wait for the ambulance to come at sundown? Right? Doesn't it make? But you got cats like, why y'all working on the Sabbath? Well, nigga, why you breathing on the Sabbath? You should shut your breathing down. Right? When you go into the definition of work and burning energy and all that, stop breathing. Stop blinking. Stop letting your brain fire off neutrons and neurons, and stop burning calories. Right? Stop doing those things that constitute work. Burning energy is work. Don't do it. Don't itch your body. Don't scratch your head. Don't bathe. Don't blink. Don't breathe. Don't eat. Don't swallow. Don't cough. Don't do any of those things. Shut your body all the way down. Go into neutral. You can't do it.
That's true.
Because it's not feasible. It's not feasible. You can't shut your body down. Right? But it wasn't about you shutting everything down because once you shut everything down, and you forget the most important part. Being able to go gather with everyone else. I mean, where were the apostles headed? They were coming in from the fields, but they went to the synagogue where everybody else was. Why were these knuckleheads not already there?
It's true.
Hypocrites, man. Hypocritical. Trying to catch them. It said, trying to accuse them. Right? 13. Where am I? Oh, 13. Then saith he to the man, stretch forth thine hand, and he stretched it forth, and it was restored whole, like as the other. He could have waited till the next day to heal him, but he did it on purpose to show him. It wasn't about the day. Y'all are looking at the day in the wrong light. It's about each other. And we were supposed to be the healing for each other on these days when we came together. You say unity is like the precious ointment. We were supposed to be the ones healing each other from the everyday, man, I lost a sheep and I don't know what to do. Well, you know, I got an extra. Really? You got an extra? Oh yeah, I got you, man. Look, here, look. Just come on over. You know, back the truck up. Back up the cart, grab it. And you good, man. Look, pay you back later or whatever. We were supposed to be that type of healing where I relieved you from some of the mental anguishes you were going through just even in your business. Imagine if two businessmen were able to sit back together, right, and talk shop. And that, like, man, I see there's something on your mind, bro. What's going on? Ah, man, you know, my cattle, they just ain't producing, and, you know, I'm losing goats, and there's something in the water. Oh, man, I was dealing with that last month, but this is what I did. I changed. Oh, damn, really? Oh, snap, you just saved a man's whole life. Okay. Even though you're still talking business, was it about, oh, well, don't talk business on the Most High's day. You're wicked. Or was it about how do I heal this man from the things that he's dealing with in his everyday life? Right. You see, even that, like the scriptures say, speak not your own things, right, in Isaiah? Right. Speak not your own words. But isn't it profitable if I was able to give a man some wisdom on how to keep his house going? Keep his life going? Absolutely. Keep his well-being going? Isn't that what the Most High wants over anything? Or is it all had to be strictly out of the Bible? Y'all understand what I'm saying, right?
I got you.
Where if I'm not reading verbatimly Mark chapter 1 at the beginning of the gospel, like how does that help him? And the beginning of the gospel of Yahushua, the Son of God, it is written, the prophets, behold, but he got problems at home. How the hell does that scripture help? Right? Or he got problems with his kids, or he got problems mentally, or whatever the case may be. How does, Revelation chapter 1, verse 13, and his head was white like wool and his eyes flame of fire. How does that help? Right? It does not help. Yes, it's the Bible, but that part of the Bible don't help. Look things on others and not things of yourself. So even when the Most High, even when he said in Isaiah, somebody go there for me real quick. Isaiah 58:13. Even on the Sabbath day when he said to speak not your own words. It wasn't that everything had to be verbatim out the Bible. See, some of you to the law, to the book, to the script Israelites get this messed up. Read it.
Isaiah chapter 58, verse 13.
Go ahead.
If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath.
Go ahead.
From doing thy pleasure on my holy day.
Read. So you turn away your foot from gathering, but you go do your pleasure. Go ahead.
And call the Sabbath a delight.
Go ahead.
The holy of the Lord honorable.
Right.
And shall honor him.
Right.
Not doing thine own ways.
Right.
Nor finding thine own pleasure.
Right.
Nor speaking thine own words.
Not speaking thine own words. If I give a man counsel on his home, and just because I don't say, listen, I go to all these scriptures that I'm speaking, but I give him wisdom, is that me speaking my own words? But that's what the Sabbath was about. Yes, we sit here, we read from the book, right? We read from the law. We read from the prophets. Then when we're done, what do? We rap, we talk. We still deal in wisdom. We still deal in the word. Right? It might not be, well, listen, go to this scripture, go to that scripture, but we ain't talking about rap. And if we are, we're talking about how trash it is and how we need to get rid of it and how the Most High needs to destroy it. which he is, destroying rap, taking it off the airwaves, good. Right? But if we're talking about these different things, we're not talking about them in, you know what, I need to go hear that new rap song. I need to go chase that new thing or this or that. I need to run to the mall to go shop. It ain't about that. It's all about still the promotion of the Most High, the promotion of Israel, the building and the unity, the building of the temple. That's what it always goes back to. Everything we do, everything we're supposed to do is supposed to go back to the building of the temple, the building of the kingdom, right? The kingdom is within you. We are the walking temples, the walking tabernacles, right? And when we all come together, we form one big tabernacle of righteousness. But that's what it's always supposed to go back to. But see, a lot of people don't look at certain things as such. We understand what Christ was talking about here. I get it. He gets it, you get it, y'all get it. Bless your eyes because you see. There are many people that still don't get it. Why y'all work on the Sabbath? Well, because we're in captivity and you have to. Because if you can't just take that day off, right? The way they got things set up, especially when you got a certain type of businesses. Think about it. The busiest days in the mall is on the Sabbath, Friday night, Saturday. Sunday is up there, right? But think about it. That's where the most of the money comes from. So we don't work on the Sabbath, don't make enough money, close the school. The person that's talking about why y'all working the Sabbath, are they going to pay the rent? No. We do that all across all the 4 cities. We won't have no school. Then we're not broadcasting, and y'all are not getting the word. And then it's like, what do y'all do? It just don't work out. We do it. It's good to do good on the Sabbath day. Right? So we're not up in there working like, oh yeah, we filling up our pockets. Yeah, y'all get that money. So Guadazal can live. Hell nah. It's let's get the money so we can continue to keep the school open. We can pay for the internet. We can pay for the lights, the heat. Y'all come up in here, y'all got heat? Because it's cold as hell. It's cold as hell outside. Right? What you think pays for that? And watch when it starts blazing in the summer. And y'all like, can you turn the AC down? What's it on? 73. Can we get it down to 69? 68? What's going to pay for that? What's paying for that? But see, it's hypocritical because you can point the finger, but you want your AC on when you want it on. You want your fridge to have food in it. You want your lights to be on. And guess what? You're going to go work 17 days a week. 7 days a week. You'll add days in the week to make sure that you got that money to be able to pay your bills and pay for what the things you need. So what was Yahweh Shai showing? Stop being hypocrites. Stop pointing that finger if you don't have the understanding on these days. And look at all the historical instances of performing the spirituality, the spiritual part of what the law was about. It's about the spirit. It ain't about it was about the man. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth wasn't about killing people. That was about making you not go all the extreme to lose a tooth. If I knock a man's tooth out and the punishment is I lose a tooth, well, maybe I shouldn't knock his tooth out. Maybe I should treat him better. If I knock a man's eye out and the punishment is I lose my eye, the spirit is showing me to deal better, to be a little bit more softer and kinder, and not knock a man's eye out so that I lose an eye. It was a deterrent. Not, oh well, you know what, I'll just get a new eye because I could afford it. Right? Or I'm going to just run, I'm going to knock his eye, I'm going to go crazy, knock his eye out, and you know what? Lie and escape judgment. It was deal with a man the right way so that way you wouldn't be put in that predicament to be judged harshly. That's the spirit of the law. These things were set up for you to see the spirituality on how to deal with each other. It wasn't really about the eye for an eye, the tooth for a tooth. It's how am I going to deal even with a servant. I wasn't supposed to get to the point where I knocked out his eye or knocked out a tooth or knocked him upside the head to where he's bedridden. I'm hurting myself. But I'm hurting the next man. Y'all get that? Where we go next? Any questions? Any questions on that before we go to Esther? Yeah, man. The spirit of the law is very important. And that's what Yahweh Shai came and he opened up their understanding on the spirit of the law. Again, thou shalt not commit adultery. But wait, I'm not sitting there. It seems simple. Esther, right? Esther chapter 14. I mean, everybody with me on that? Or is it just me? Oh, okay. Say that, sis? Say that one more time.
I'm so glad you explained it. Because even for me being new in this, well, I don't really consider myself new no more because I've been coming, but still it's good to have the understanding so you'll be able to stay in the proper perspective.
Yeah. And Darwin said it, it's funny. He said, why are they bothering y'all instead of stoning gays and rebellious kids? That's the point. Because what's it about? Think about it. Just think about this. Stoning a rebellious kid. All the males of the city have to stone a rebellious kid. Why? Because once you stoned a little child that was rebellious as hell, it was supposed to put a level of compassion and zeal and fervency in you to say, you know what? I never want to do this ever again. Let me make sure I watch out for all the kids, so I never have to kill another kid. Think about having to stone a kid. Nobody in here could do that, right? You don't even want to beat them too hard. That's true. Right? And you show compassion to your kids as bad as they are. As bad as my little, he ain't that bad, but he's hard-headed as hell. My son is, right? I still don't want to administer the full Chung Lee kick to his chest because I'll kill him. Right? I'll kill him. The 1-inch punch, boom, and break his whole body into many shambles and pieces. Why? You know you're gonna hurt him, right? You still have compassion on them, and you're like, man, I don't want to hurt you. But imagine having to stone a child. The spirit of the law was, let's teach our children before they got rebellious. Simple, right? Seems simple. Seems simple. Let's jump to Esther. Let's teach our children not to be homosexuals before they be. Let's teach our children not to be whoremongers and whores, so we wouldn't have to kill them. So the Most High wouldn't have to kill them. It was supposed to invoke a level of compassion and watching and care for your children. I like that he put that in there because that's the. See how you could be a damn hypocrite. How many times you walked up in Wendy's and destroyed the microwave they cooked the Baconator in? How many times have you walked up in McDonald's and when they came out with the when they come back with the McRib and you go on McDonald's and you rip down the whole wall and you rip down the kitchen? How many times? Or do you get that Big Mac? Let me get them fries. Right? Let me get them golden fries, right? Let me get them nuggets, the McNuggets. Right? How many times you got pork? I'm not eating here. Well, there's no pork in my dish, so I'm gonna eat here. But they cooked it on a pork grill. They cooked it on a grill where they Betty Hanna. You ever been to Betty Hanna?
Yes.
What they doing? They flipping eggs.
Yep. Egg roll.
Pork, shrimp, lobster, chicken. Oh yeah, they cook pork like what you like. You sit around a table just like this.
Yep.
It's a huge grill.
It is.
Right? So guess what it is? It's a damn altar. And you sit around it and you ask them for the meat you want. Well, I want a shrimp fried rice. I want chicken fried rice. I want beef fried rice. And they do what? They put shrimp on one side in front of you, beef on the other side, chicken here, shrimp here, pork here. They cook it all together.
Yep.
He don't even switch utensils.
That's what I'm saying. So you the same utensils.
He don't even switch utensils. He's right. He's hitting the table. Bang, 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 bang.
Yep.
Take his egg out, flip it in his pocket. Bang. Right. Flip it on top of his hat. You're doing all the magic tricks, right?
Right.
Bamboozling you while pork is cooking right next to your chicken. And you're like, well, I don't eat pork. It's unlawful. It's unlawful. I'm a law keeper. I keep the law, see, because my chicken, but nigga, it's cooking right next to pork and lobster.
God, man.
It's slipping bit inside your food too.
Yeah, he's flipping everything and chopping everything, and you get a pork flip right into your chicken. You can't even tell the difference. And you go home and eat and wonder why the hell you get sick because you just ate a pork piece. You ate a little sliver of pork and you dying. Your guts is just hurting, man. Like you drank a glass of prune juice.
That's true, though.
I know it's true. That's why I'm saying it. When you got hypocrites that'll act like because you didn't wear a fringe one day that you're a complete sinner. Because you didn't say Yahweh's name on a pork-filled grill. You just sat on a bus with a woman that had her period. You sat on an airplane with a woman that's on her menstrual cycle. Because the last time I checked, they're not screening women. Are you on your menstrual? Well, you can't fly on this airline. You'll be unclean and you'll make the whole Airbus unclean. You can't use our lavatories. They're not buying, nobody's buying plane tickets based off of that. It's money. The whole plane is unclean when that woman gets on there. Don't y'all know that? The whole plane is unclean. And guess what you do? You sit right next to her. But because you put on your headphones with your Israelite music, and you sanctified yourself in your own mind, and because you opened up your Bible and you went to the Torah, right? That you're righteous. We gotta stop. That's the bottom line. You gotta stop. These are the things I sit back and think about. Like, golly, man, how come we're not getting it? Well, we lost the simplicity. Some of us are too smart for our own good. Knowledge puffeth up. I want to sound smart. I want to act like I'm on a level. Well, be on the level, but don't blame or point the fingers at others because they don't appear to be on your level. Because their fringe ain't as fringed as yours. Because their beard ain't as bearded and Rick Rossed out as yours. Right? Because your understanding might variate and differ from their understanding. I've been having to train myself like, man, just let them be. Listen, as long as Christ is black, the Israelites are black, and we got to come back to Christ, I'm riding with you. Right? As long as that's what we on. But you got so much stuff out there, man. You got women out there trying to rebuke men, going into brothers online. No, Shammai, brother, you need to listen to me. The Spirit is riding with me. I'm like, what the?
Yeah.
Really?
Glad I'm not on Facebook.
Bro, and don't get on Facebook. Don't get on Facebook, because then you'll go off on a rant like me.
Instagram.
Then you'll go on these rants. Let's go to Esther 14. The point is, man, we got to start looking at, I like the scripture he went to about the weightier things of the law. Stop caring about what fringe I got on and how it doesn't line up with what you think. And how am I doing today? Right? Not what camp are you with. Niggas, the first thing they ask you, what camp you with? Why? Does that matter? What's the chip? Or what's the mark of the beast? Huh? Wait, hold on. Shalom, sir. Shalom, how are you? You good? Right? Okay, what's your name? Oh, okay, your name is, okay, I'm such and such. So, the chip? That's the first thing you want to talk about when we meet, doctrine. Okay, let's have at it. And then guess what we find out? That you believe what you believe, I believe what I believe, and we didn't make nothing about our encounter, but doctrine.
Yep.
So it was for naught. Bro, it's so tacky and bad, and it's terrible, man. It's terrible. And that's why it's hard for us to grow as a people, as a nation. At least the one thing about the Ukrainians, them niggas is ready to bang. They gave out 18,000 guns to non-military cats. 18,000. Because they fighting for Ukraine. They believe in it. They believe one thing, that Putin is the enemy and we got to fight for our country. What do we believe? Well, I can't stand with you if your fringes ain't like mine. I can't stand with you if you don't believe like me. I can't stand with you if you do the Sabbath like this. I can't stand with you if this. I can't stand. But what about where Israelites coming back to Christ? Oh, I can't stand with you if you believe in Christ. You can't just stand with me? Yeah, how many times we sat there and conversed and built with brothers that don't believe what we believe in? and we didn't argue, we didn't fight, nobody got punched in the face, nobody got spiritually bashed. It was like, okay, cool, that's what you believe, that's what we believe. Look, leave it at that. If you know, leave it at that. If you change your mind, you know where we at. We probably ain't gonna change our mind, but you know where we at. No hard feelings. We get it.
It's cool because you see churches that they help each other out, and they believe in different doctrines too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see churches, they feed each other, they have the food drives. All these different churches helping each other out, and we can't even do that.
The Lutheran with the Baptist with the Pentecostal with the Apostolistic. Yes. Yeah. But us, what school you with? Oh, you with them? Shalom, I can't deal with y'all. What? But you don't know me though. You never met me. You never. But then you know what the craziest part? The killer is this. When they actually sit there and talk to you, they're like, damn, you're not like all the other Israelites. Why? Because I can converse? Or because I didn't just overtalk you and I listened? Or what? And I asked him, like, so what you mean by that? What you mean by that? Oh, well, you know, I remember one Edomite, I was in the mall selling oils to him. He was like, where you from? I said, I'm from New York. And I have my shirt, Yahweh. I was just in the mall that day. I wasn't even working. And I had my fringes on. He was like, you an Israelite? And I said, yeah. He was like, shh. And this is after I already sold him oils. He spent like $200 and he was there. And he asked me this after the fact. He seen the shirt, the fringe. He was like, you an Israelite? I said, yeah. He was like, really? I said, yeah. Wow, what's up? You know about us? He was like, yeah, I'm from New York. But he's like, you ain't yelling at me. I'm like, yeah, because everything in a yellow moment. Everything is not Isaiah 58:1, cry aloud. You gotta read the spirit. You gotta understand the spirit. Everything ain't every Edomite kiss your boots in the moment. Right? You ain't just walking around hopping out your car telling Edomites to kiss your boots, are you? Are the Edomites at your job kissing your boots? Oh, they're not? They're not? What the hell's wrong with y'all? So they gotta kiss your boots at street speaking, but at your job they don't kiss your boots. Do y'all get it?
That's great.
How you gonna be one way one place and then not another way the other place? How are you gonna have Edomites kissing your boots and you working as a damn slave for them? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Like, yeah, see, they kissed our boots today, right? You got it all on video. But then, man, I gotta go, man. I gotta get to work. I gotta get to Xfinity. I gotta get to Little Caesars. I gotta get over here. I gotta get to Walmart. Like, what? So they kissing your boots, but then you go and kiss their ass.
Wow.
An hour later. Hypocrites, man. Hypocrites. That's the one thing I can't say. Hypocritical people, because it's like, yo, you could never ever, they'll never ever see what they need to see in themselves. Anyway, turned down for what? Esther. Y'all be doing this, man. Y'all be getting me turned up. That was Thal One's fault. He turned me up on that one. He said one thing and it turned me. I'll blame Thal One. Thank you for that, Thal One. Anyway, Esther chapter 14, verse 1. Queen Esther also, being in fear of death, resorted unto the Lord, and laid away her glorious apparel, and put on the garments of anguish. And listen, even this, oh my God, the same cat talking about, I gotta stop. The same cat talking about, I don't want to get into that. And laid away her apparel and put on the garments of anguish and mourning. And instead of precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung. And she humbled her body greatly. And all the places of her joy she filled with her torn hair. She prayed unto the Lord, power of Israel, saying, O my Lord, thou only art our king, help me. Desolate woman, which no helper but thee. For my danger is in mine hand. From my youth up I have heard in the tribe of my family that thou art Yahweh. That thou, O Lord, tookest Israel from among all the people, and our fathers from all their predecessors. for a perpetual inheritance, and thou hast performed whatsoever thou didst promise them. And now we have sinned before thee, therefore hast thou given us into the hands of our enemies. Because we worship their gods, O Yahweh, thou art righteous. Nevertheless, it satisfieth them not that we are in bitter captivity. But they have stricken hands with their idols, that they will abolish the thing that thou with thy mouth hast ordained, and destroy thine inheritance, and stop the mouth of them that praise thee. And quench the glory of thy house and of thine altar, and open the mouth of the heathen, to set forth the praises of the idols, and to magnify a fleshly king forever. O Yahweh, give not thy scepter unto them that be nothing, and let them not laugh at our fall. Return their device upon themselves, and make him an example that hath begun this against us. Remember, O Yahweh, make thyself known in time of our affliction, and give me boldness. O King of the nations, and power of all power, give me eloquent speech in my mouth before the lion. Turn his heart to hate him that fighteth against us, that there may be an end of him and of all that are like-minded. This is a very, very powerful prayer. But deliver us with thine hand, and help me that am desolate, and which have no other helper but thee. Thou knowest all things, O Yahweh. Thou knowest that I hate the glory of the unrighteous, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised, and of all the heathen. Thou knowest my necessity, for I abhor the sign of my high estate, which is upon mine head. In the days wherein I show myself, and that I abhor it, as a menstruous rag, and that I wear it not when I am private by myself, and that thine handmaid hath not eaten at Haman's table, and that I have not greatly esteemed the king's feast, nor drank the wine of drink offerings. This was Esther, man. They made her a queen, and she said she didn't even eat at this man's table. Because what, he was going off of beauty. He was so enamored with her beauty, he gave her whatever she wanted. 18. Neither had thine handmaid any joy since the day that I was brought hither to this present. But in thee, O power of Abraham, O thy mighty power above all, hear the voice of the forlorn, and deliver us out of the hands of the mischievous, and deliver me out of fear. So this was the prayer that she prayed when she found out what was going to happen. You know, the whole part, she said, give me eloquent speech in my mouth before the lion. Think about it. You got a lion in front of you, you going to talk him down? Wisdom, discretion, discernment. Was gonna. It says the soft speech breaketh the bones. By long forbearing the prince is persuaded. See that? Like, she knew what was gonna be able to tame this lion, Haman, right? And also the king, because Haman wasn't the king. Haman was he was a Amalekite, right? Right. She said, I have not greatly esteemed the king's feast, nor drunk the wine of the drink offerings. Yeah, just like, remember Judith? When Holofernes was trying to get her to eat, to drink, she brought her own food. She's like, I'm not eating that. I'm not going to eat from the king's table. I'm not going to eat your bounty. Right? First of all, it's unlawful what they was eating. Second of all, that's how you showed that you was going to bow down and show that respect. She wasn't riding with that. Judith, Esther, Daniel. Remember? Daniel said, I'd rather not eat. We're going to go on a fast to see who the Most High is with. And they didn't eat. They ate vegetables, legumes, and nuts, and beans. So, any questions on that? Any questions off the reading? What's that? Okay, Romans 3.
And it's verses 5 through 9.
Romans 3 and what?
And verse 5 through 9.
Right, letter to the Romans. Romans chapter 3. Acts. Letter to the Romans.
Somebody read it. Romans 5. Romans 3, chapter 5.
Righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous who taketh vengeance? I speak more abounded through my lie unto his glory. Why yet am I also judged as a sinner, that good may come, whose damnation is just? What then?
Right, okay, hold on. Let's go back. Go. But if I'm righteous, command the righteous of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous? Take it back. Right. See what tends to happen? You get caught up in the wordplay. And sometimes you just have to read it in more simpler English. So what I'll tend to do is just go to a different translation and miss what Paul is saying, right? So let's see here, Romans 3. What verse? Start. But if our injustice is served, found the justice of God, which is God is unjust to the God. Speaking away. So his glory. Right. So, watch. I'll read it from the annotated. It's just easier English.
Okay.
Right. So, Romans 3 and 5. It says, "But if our injustices serve to confirm the justice of God, what should we say? That God is unjust to inflict wrath on us?" So, our injustices are our unrighteousness. When we sin, what happens? What does the Most High do? Huh?
No, okay, no.
When we sin, what does the Most High do? Our unrighteousness does what? It brings on the Most High's righteousness, right?
Yeah.
Does it? Do y'all believe that? So is it righteous for the Most High to check you?
Yes, it is.
Right. So what Paul is saying is, if our unrighteousness brings on this check from the Most High or his righteousness, right? It says, what shall we say then? That the Most High is unjust to inflict wrath on us? Is the Most High wrong for checking us? No. Right? So I read it here. But if our unrighteousness condemn the righteousness, but if our unrighteousness commend the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is the Most High unrighteous who taketh vengeance? So he's basically asking the question, is the Most High wrong for checking us when we do wrong? No. Right? That's why he comes back in verse 6. God forbid. Right? God forbid. Right? So I'll jump back here. God forbid. By no means. For then, how could God judge the world? Think about it. He's asking the question. If that's the case, then how would the Most High judge the world? Is he going to judge the world in wrath? Isn't he going to judge the world for the good and bad that the world does? Isn't he judging now? So is the Most High a bad judge, an unrighteous judge? No. God forbid. Y'all get it? Y'all getting it so far? Okay. But now I'm going to read from here. It says, but if through my falsehood God's truthfulness abounds to his glory, why am I still being condemned as a sinner? So let's jump back here. Verse 6, God forbid, for then how shall God judge the world? Verse 7, for if the truth of God have more abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? He's saying, basically, if the truth of the Most High is coming out through our negative, right? When the Most High judges us, then why is it looked at as a sinner? Why am I looked at as a sinner? If the truth of the Most High is coming out. Well, it doesn't matter, you're still a sinner. The truth of the Lord and his judgments is his judgments for sinners, right? But he's asking these questions. Y'all see that? Like, if I lie and the Most High judges me for the lie and his truth comes out, then why am I looked at as a negative person or as a negative, why is it looked at as a negative situation? Right? I'll jump back. And not rather as we be slanderously reported, and as some affirm that we say. Let us do evil that good may come, whose damnation is just. Right? So I'll read it here. I'm jumping back and forth so to make it a little bit just easier understood. And verse 8, and why not say, as some people slander us by saying that we say, let us do evil so good can come. Their condemnation is deserved. Because you have that mind state that I heard brothers say, like they said things like you have to walk the evil path to learn the good. Do you? No. You don't have to do evil to see good. Right? You don't have to do negative to see the good in the Most High. You don't have to walk that line and put yourself on that side to get the good. The Most High will give you the good if you do good. You see that? Be not overcome with evil, but overcome evil with good. He said, hope for the good. We're supposed to be trying to strive. He said in Genesis, if you do good, will you not be accepted? Right? But that's why he comes back and says their condemnation is just. Because a person that's thinking that, well, if I'm doing negative and the Most High's good is shown through that, then they deserve their punishment. That's what Paul is saying here. They deserve that whooping. But that's not the thinking. The thinking shouldn't be, let me go do negative so the Most High's glory can abound. And so the Most High is good, and so the truth. No, just do good, and the Most High will still abound. His good, his glory. Right? Let's go back. We stopped at 8. Verse 9. What then? Are we better than they? No, in no wise. For we have more proved, both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. Right? So I'll read it from here. It says, what then? Are we any better off? No, not at all. So, for we have already charged that both Jews and Greeks are under the power of sin, as it is written. Right. There is none who is righteous, no, not even one. There is none who understand. Right? Because at the end of the day, what does he say? Jew and Gentile, Israelite, or know that you're Israelite, or don't know that you're Israelite. Well, he said he concluded us all under sin. Right? We all had to get grace. We all had to get mercy, no matter if you knew who you were or not. Right? Nobody is better. Like the Jew that knows he's a Jew is no better. Like I just went over. You know better than the one that don't know. Because in some way, even though you know you're an Israelite, you know that you're supposed to wear a beard and do all these different things, in some facet, you're not able to keep the law to its 100%. So it's still sin. But the one that don't know, they're not keeping the law at all, but it's still sin. There's no sin greater, or you sin more times than this person, so you're more wicked. Most High's not looking at it like that.
Like a flat canvas.
Yeah, it's general, broad stroke. You broke the law, you sinned. You broke the law 100 times, you sinned. You broke the law once, you sinned. You break one, you break them all. You see that? So what? So again, what is Paul always dealing with? The law. He always bringing it back to the law. How can you be concluded under sin? Well, what is sin? Sin is a transgression of the law. You see that? So if you keep in your mind that Paul is always advocating for the law, that's first and foremost. He's always advocating for the law. He never ever is saying never to keep the law. He's always advocating for the law, no matter what it sounds like. That's one thing you got to keep in mind when you read this Romans. No matter what it sounds like, Paul is advocating for the law. That's one. Two, Jew and Gentile. No matter what it sounds like, he's always advocating for his people. Jew, the ones that know. Gentiles, the ones that are lost.
Right.
Always keep those. If you keep those two things in your mind when reading Paul, you will never, ever, 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 ever go wrong.
Yep.
Because it always comes back to keep the law. I'm talking to my people. Through all the remember, Paul was a lawyer. So he writes in this style of, if you ain't a lawyer like me, you ain't gonna understand this, right? But it was two things that he always stayed true to, that the most base person could understand it. Keep the law, talking to Israel. Throughout all the crazy words and flipping of the tongue and all that, those are the two things. You see that? What else? I mean, you get that? I know it's kind of, you just got to keep going over it. Reread it, listening to it in like an easier English. Reread it. You know what I mean? You kind of got to do that. Just give yourself over to it and just read it in different translations and then come back to the King James. I got to go over that more. It's a beast. That Paul's a beast.
Yes, he
He was a beast. It says it. The things that he write are not easily to be understood. That's on purpose, though. That's on purpose.
Purposely,
Yeah, he did it on purpose, man. Most High used Paul on purpose. The whole Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. He wrote to the Jews in Rome. He wrote to the saints of these churches in these places. So all of Rome didn't get the letter. All of Corinth didn't get the letter. All of Colossae, all of Thessalonica, all of Philippi, and they didn't all get the letter. Like, it went to the government. It went to the Israelite church that was there. What else? So you in Romans? You been reading Romans? I gotta get in Romans. Huh?
I'm in a couple books right now.
Well, if you're gonna be in Romans, you might want to stick to Romans. That way you can. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. That way, I mean, I'm just saying that way you don't try to give yourself too much and then miss. Yeah. So I gotta get in Romans then, because you're gonna be asking questions. No, I mean, I might as well stay ahead of the curve, right? Yeah. Because Roman, again, it's not an easy book to understand like that. A lot of people lost their whole religion on this book. It was Israelites and they became Christians again off of Romans. Off of Romans 6, 7, 8. They lost their whole Hebrew Israelite card.
Yeah, Paul's writing like a stumbling block.
It says it. Peter said that.
It is.
Peter said you stumble at one thing, or Paul, you stumble at it all. So, yeah. I'll be in there with you. Yeah, we're correct. I haven't been in Romans in a while, so.
Yeah, I had confusion there first when they talked about circumcision.
Yeah.
Oh, man, they hit me up. I had to call Kazaki at one time. I was like, man, I don't know what to stand.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, you went to the class. What are we doing the Purim drawing?
Just sending out everybody, either they're gonna receive a text.
Easier to do it like that. We're not trying to not include every state because it's just easier. All right, we're here. We're exchanging these gifts and doing these different things on the feast day, and everybody can't make your name signed up. Make sure your kids are signed up. Everybody should be participating. You should. You should be participating wholly in the feast day. All right. So that includes the gift part. We get it. Everyone's broke. Nobody got it. No, but guess what? Everybody's broke and nobody got it. But we still got to do it. Yeah. And we're still going to do it, and we do it every year. And guess what? Everybody's happy. and nobody goes homeless. Nobody loses their car or loses a vehicle because they had to buy some. Get it? Sacrifice. So that's what we're gonna be doing March 13th. March what?
14th.
March 14th and 15th. I believe that's a Monday and a Tuesday. We won't have class the Monday night. Right? It's a Monday and a Tuesday? We won't have class that Monday night. And then obviously we don't have class on that Tuesday, so VA and Rochester probably won't be having class either. So they can get rolling on these garments. My phone died. What was the question?
Is there such a thing as praying too much?
No, there isn't. There's one scripture that tells us that. Right? There's one.
Go to 2 Thessalonians.
Yeah, 2 Thessalonians.
No, it's 1 Thessalonians. Go to 1 Thessalonians,
Something 16.
5 and 17.
5:17. Yeah. There's no such thing as praying too much. See, the Pharisees would have you thinking that you got to pray 5 times a day or 3 times a day, but the scriptures, see, again, spiritual part. Spiritual, right? Yeah, we were supposed to pray, what was it? 3 times? No, but like,
Yeah, morning, noon.
yeah, you were supposed to pray 3 times, but then look, the Spirit came back and showed us this. Read it.
The book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 5 and verse 17.
Right?
Pray without ceasing.
Right. Do it. Pray without ceasing. Meaning what? Am I setting up 4 corners, 24 hours of the day, and doing the 4 corners? And no, but the connection to the Most High should never stop. When you're driving, you're talking to the Most High. Like I do it, man. You driving it and you tune everything out. You just like, man, you just start having this conversation and you're not answering yourself, but you're just talking.
Yeah.
It's prayer. Just because you're not 4 corners facing the east doesn't mean that you're not praying. You see that? So the connection should always be there with the Most High, talking to the Most High, petitioning the Most High, thanking the Most High for whatever, man, whatever it is. And then obviously, you pray over your food, you pray over your different things. You're supposed to wake up in the morning, pray before you sleep. You're supposed to do those things, and we all got to get better at those things, right? And making sure that praying without ceasing doesn't stop. But yeah, there's no such thing as too much. Now there is such thing as vain repetition, but that's why we have Matthew 6 and 9, the Our Father prayer, because he was showing about the vain repetition and just oh God, 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 right? Or the chanting, or you walk into a church and you hear, listen, go to them Catholic synagogues, those Catholic churches, like in Ukraine. Go there and you just hear, They ain't saying a damn thing. They just humming and chanting. Most I don't want hums and chants. He said hymns and psalms, right? And prayer, not chanting. So,
Well, the question is it bad to pray a lot at once? I pray not only for myself, but others. So she's pretty much saying is it to make the prayer long.
No. Nah, listen, I remember back in the day, class would be over at 3 in the morning and we pray for a whole. I remember back in the day, on a Sabbath, Friday, bro, we would set up prayer. No, there's no length that's too long or too short. Even when you look at certain prayers in the Bible, some were shorter than others, right? Like the prayer we just read with Esther, that was a medium prayer, medium in length. Our Father prayer was a shorter prayer. It kind of, it was a perfect prayer because it basically it had everything in it, right? Prayer Manasseh.
Yep.
Come on. He was talking about breath. The elements praise him, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars. Right? When you go to prayer Manasseh, that thing is long.
Yes.
That's probably the longest prayer in the Bible.
Yeah.
Like one single prayer. Yeah. That's a long prayer. So no, there's no length. I'm sorry, I didn't get your whole question. Yeah, there's no length. Yeah, you should pray for everybody. I remember we went to go pray with. I remember we went to go see Yeshaya, High Priest Yeshaya, and we set up prayers. He prays very fast. Remember? He was like rock. He prays real fast. But if he didn't pray fast, we'd be there for like 3 hours. Because he prays fast, but he'd be like rock this person, rock. Like he's like, watch out for this person. I'm talking about everybody, people in the camp, his family. He's praying for everything. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with asking the Most High I ask the Most High to watch out for my parents. They're not in the truth.
Yeah.
Right? Watch out for my family. They're not in the truth. Yeah, I pray to the Most High to look out for them. You know what I'm saying? We pray it up here. We ask the Most High to look out for our family that's in the truth, not in the truth. Look out for this person. Watch out for this person. I get random texts of people. Shalom, this brother's about to go into surgery. Can you pray for him? We set up prayers, heal the sick. Watch out for we do all that. And sometimes it's long, sometimes it's short. But no, there's no length that's too long. Remember when it says when you praise the Most High, exalt Him as much as you can, because you can never go too far.
That's right.
He'll far exceed. So when you think your prayer is long, the Most High is like, that's not long enough. When you sitting there praying for an hour, the Most High is like, you should have gave me 2. I mean, right? He said when you think you went far enough, He far exceeds. So the Most High is not looking at your prayer as length. Remember, He don't look at things like that. He looks at substance. That's why He told in Matthew 6 not to pray like the hypocrites, because they prayed for length and to be heard. When you sit on the corner talking about, oh God, oh God, oh God, you can do that all day. They did a 12-hour prayer. I mean, obviously they didn't get heard. They didn't get heard by their God because there was no God to hear them. And all he needed was a 30-second prayer. Yahweh showed them the power, show them that you're real. Boom! Right? He didn't set up no long prayer, 30-minute prayer. He set up a 5-second, 30-second prayer. Yahweh, show them that you're the truth, show them that you're the way, show them that you're the life. Boom! Burn up the whole altar. Right? They prayed for a whole 12 hours. He prayed for 30 seconds. And got more done. So think about it. His little short prayer, it says, go there real quick. Go to James. Go to James 5 real quick. It's not about length. It's about substance. Watch. Go to James 5. Read 15 real quick.
Book of James, chapter 5 and verse 15.
Right.
And the prayer of faith.
The prayer of length.
Of faith.
Shortness.
Of faith.
Of the prayer of loudness.
Of faith.
See, how strong is your faith when you pray? That's what the Most High is looking at. When you come to the Lord, prepare yourself. Right? When you step in the house of the Lord, you better know what you step into. He said when you make your prayer, you better prepare what you're going to say. Don't come to Him haphazardly. The prayer of faith, go ahead.
Shall save the sick.
Go ahead.
And the Lord shall raise him up.
Yeah, man, the prayer of faith. It doesn't matter how long it is or how short, but how potent is your faith in what you're praying for, because you could pray for a long prayer, 30 minutes, 30 hours, and nothing gets done. We've seen that. We've seen that with the men of Baal, with Elijah. They prayed 12 hours and not a thing happened. Right? Elijah come pray for 30 seconds, and the Most High took the whole altar, the water, the sand, the dirt. He took everything away. Right? Because of Elijah's faith. That's all it was his faith. How potent is your faith? Go ahead.
And if he have committed sins,
right,
they shall be forgiven him.
Go ahead.
Confess your faults one to another.
Right. Go ahead. Effectual prayer. Somebody look up that word, effectual. 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 Effective. Right, effectual, effective. But how is it effective? Your faith. Your faith makes it effective. So it goes back to how deep is your faith when you're praying for your family, your friend. What type of prayer?
Fervent prayer.
Fervent. right? Meaning you got belief and emotion, and not emotional, right? But emotion and fervency and zeal behind your prayer. Not dry, not monotone, not repetitive, but effectual, fervent, faithful. Go ahead.
Of a righteous man.
Righteous. You got to be righteous. You can pray a long time. We've seen it, but again, with Elijah and those men, they were not righteous, so when they prayed, it didn't matter how long it was. Right? But you got to come with some level of righteousness, a little bit. You ain't got to be high priest to pray, right? But some level of righteousness. Go ahead.
Of a righteous man availeth much.
Go ahead.
Elias was a man subject to like passions as we are.
Right.
And he prayed earnestly that it might not rain.
He prayed
Joshua is to be compared wise as to Moses.
And there arose not a prophet since Israel like unto Moses. And watch, read verse 9.
This book of Deuteronomy chapter 34 and verse 9. And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom.
Right.
Moses had laid his hands upon him.
Right.
And the children of Israel hearkened unto him, and did as the Lord commanded Moses.
Right.
And there arose not a prophet since in Israel like unto Moses, who the Lord knew face to face.
Yeah, that was talking about Joshua. There was no prophet that rose up like Moses until Joshua came. Yeah, that was talking about Joshua. Is that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, that's talking about Joshua. Because this is going into when Moses died. Joshua took over. Right? So it's letting you know that there was no man close to Moses that rose up as a prophet until Joshua came on the scene. And why is that? I mean, why does that even make sense? Well, because Joshua rode with Moses 40 years, and he was an image of Moses in how to. And when you look, you go through it, the next book. Anything else? Right, so meaning, is Joshua to be compared wise as to Moses? Yeah, Joshua was definitely compared to Moses on the level of wisdom and being able to carry that mantle. Of course, Moses is the one that taught Joshua. Like I said, Joshua was rolling with Moses for about 40 years. So, remember, Joshua was ordained way back. Watch this.
Right.
Way back, right? Exodus. You're in Exodus right now. Let's see here. I'm looking for where he told anointing Joshua. It wasn't at this time, it was way before this time.